having the meeting that's on Monday, Tuesday, Monday then? Oh, no, that's Tuesday. Yeah, but we're in the Monday meeting. Yeah, click on the.
Please make sure you're in the November 1st City Council meeting, as this is a continuation of yesterday.
So November 1st, right?
Yes, please. Just waiting on a few more votes here.
Including mine.
Councillor Principe, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Tang. And Mayor
Affirmative.
Soto. Thank you,
There you
Councillor
go.
Tang.
Got it.
Perfect, and just Councillor Principe's vote. Thank you, we have all the votes.
Good. Please display the votes. It is carried.
And we'll just take a moment to turn on the live stream.
Okay.
And we are in public.
Good. Thank you. And we are still on our first item, 6.1. So over to you, Mr. City Manager.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. We're here today with an overview of Council policies and the strategic planning framework. In this session, Kim Matheson, Branch Manager of Service Innovation and Performance, will be taking you through the answer to the broad question of how does the City of Edmonton make its decisions. I'll now pass it over to Kim to cover the inputs to the City's direction, the decision-making steps, and finally, how we measure and adjust our actions.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. As policymakers, Council sets the overall direction for the municipality. Through policies set by Council, administration receives directions to put into action as it provides programs and services for Edmontonians. You will see references to the strategic planning framework, which was developed based on what we heard from Edmontonians through extensive engagement and direction from Council. The framework is a collection of programs, plans, and processes that outline the choices and actions we'll take to achieve the city envisioned by Edmontonians, including the required resources and performance and assurance to monitor progress along the way. We are remaining responsive along the journey to the changing needs of Edmontonians, fiscal pressures, regulations or restrictions from other orders of government. In this morning's session, we'll walk you through the corporate policy framework, strategic planning framework, and some of the major shifts in service we have made in response to COVID-19 and through recovery and post-pandemic. So, next slide, please. As you journey through this week of presentations, administration is taking an intentional approach to show how each topic maps back to the strategic framework I will review with you today. You will see this slide, and the arrow system will explain which elements of the strategic planning framework are most related to the topic at hand. The corporate policy framework activates Council's priorities and directions as found in Connect Edmonton and the City Plan. Council priorities support and reinforce Council's role as a corporation's governor by allowing it to provide strategic direction to administration. Within administration, the corporate policy framework helps to activate Council policies through administrative policies and program the tools we need to manage the corporation, deliver excellent service, and transform for the future. Similarly, the strategic planning framework also covers the entire collection of plans and process that guide how the city works to enable a better life for Edmontonians. Finally, building from what we heard and what was captured in Connect Edmonton, policy and planning feeds into the third topic of this presentation, which is responding to citizen needs through shifts in service delivery within 4 long-term goals: a healthy city, urban places, regional prosperity, and climate resilience. We will always need to recalibrate our services internally and externally to ensure that while we are maintaining the line of sight to these long-term goals, that we are also meeting the immediate needs of Edmontonians today. Our strategic planning framework is a catalyst and a support for this work. Next slide, please. Next, ELT and my branch manager colleagues will also be showing you this slide as part of our corporate orientation presentations, our corporate weave. Using a dot system, we are locating the responsibility for the service or initiative within our city structure. In the case of all 3 topics today, as the branch manager for service innovation and performance, I am accountable for the processes and standards to do this work. We then provide support to all city departments as they apply the framework to their own programs and services. Although all departments, branches, and employees are constantly looking for ways to be more safe, helpful, integrated, accountable, and excellent, it is our branch that provides support for large-scale planning and continuous improvement activities to ensure that all of the various service interdependencies are considered through change processes. While ELT uses the strategic planning framework as a guiding star, the SIP branch shepherds and guides business planning, as well as the city's enterprise performance and risk management programs. Next slide, please. Finally, here's the last of the wayfinding slides you will see at the beginning of our presentations. We will include this slide if the topic has any pending governor decisions in the next 30, 60, and 90 days. For the corporate policy framework, much of the next 2 months will be continuing our behind-the-scenes work to align our policies. Over the next few months, my ELT and branch manager colleagues may begin to bring forward policies in 2 ways. 1, policies may come to you for general housekeeping type of work to ensure they are realigned with the updated corporate policy framework. And 2nd, policies may come to you through the course of your committee and council business. Some policies require yearly updates, and some are revised to reflect our continuous improvement mindset as we look for improved ways to provide service to Edmontonians. Over the next 90 days, there will be a number of key activities and touch points with City Council focusing on elements of the strategic planning framework. Planning is underway for the preparation of the 2023 to 2026 corporate business plan and budget. Conversations with City Council over the next 90 days will provide opportunities to understand priorities for the next 4-year cycle, as well as to review and update the actions supporting the 4 strategic goals of Edmonton's 10-year strategic plan, Connect Edmonton. Focused conversations on enterprise risk management, an update on corporate performance measures, and Connect Edmonton indicators, as well as a look into corporate reporting, will provide you with a sense of the assurance measures we focus on to track performance towards achieving our 4 goals. And last but most certainly not least, we will provide an update to City Council on our approach to innovation, service reviews, and continuous improvement. Next slide, please. So with that introduction, let's get started by defining how the City of Edmonton uses the term policy. Next slide, please. Policies are one of the most important tools for both City Council and administration. Policies support and reinforce Council's role as governor. A council policy is a statement of and a commitment to what we intend to achieve that also gives high-level direction on how to achieve it. Key elements are a statement of intent, what the policy aims to achieve, and guiding principles, high-level descriptions of how the intention will be achieved. Key roles of council committees are policy development and hearing from the public. Council committee can recommend policies to council, but cannot approve them. Administration is currently reviewing all policies to ensure they align with the requirements of the framework. Next slide, please. When do you, as City Council or a municipality elected official, consider a council policy? When the matters within the authority and jurisdiction of the municipality and guidance is necessary to achieve the strategic goals and direction. A council policy is not suitable when these would fall under administration. The City Administration Bylaw sets out what is delegated to the City Manager. A council policy does not identify business areas, set operational processes or criteria, or direct staff who report to the City Manager. A policy that states this policy sets out the City's commitment to the requirements of Regulation X is not necessary. Next slide, please. So this checklist summarizes the things you'll want to consider when faced with a policy-related issue. Is guidance required, and who should provide it? Is it within Council's authority or within the City Manager's authority or some other level of government, for example, Government of Alberta's? What does the City Plan say? Is additional direction required, or do a number of threads need to be gathered together for an explicit strategic statement? Is a council policy the correct tool? There may be other ways to state the commitment or achieve the goal or the outcome. So as these questions come up, Councillor can request information from administration to help understand the issue and the potential range of approaches to address it. Next slide, please. So next we'll talk about the strategic planning framework. Over the years, Edmonton has grown in population, diversity, and opportunity. With this growth, city services continue to evolve and change. The strategic planning framework clarifies the relationship and dependencies between the guiding documents and policies we have explored and the fundamental components that will support building a great city. Today, I will be providing you with a high-level overview of the strategic planning framework, walking you through each element of the framework and how they work. City Council will be receiving more detailed presentations on the budget process and financial reporting, and on planning for the future through the city plan later this week. Additionally, further conversations will be brought forward over the next 90 days with focuses on enterprise performance management and enterprise risk management. Next slide, please. So what is Edmonton's strategic planning framework? So first, we'll start off with this short video, which describes Edmonton's strategic planning framework.
The strategic planning framework guides how our city works to enable a better life for all Edmontonians. So what does that mean? Let's imagine we're going on a trip. To get to our destination, we're going to need a plan. The strategic planning framework is like a map for a journey the entire city is taking. The first component is Connect Edmonton. Connect Edmonton is our destination. It shows us the direction we need to take to get where we want to go. Now we need to make some choices. This is where the city plan comes in. How long is our journey? And who's coming with us? Do we drive there or fly partway? By making the best choices, we'll get where we want to go and also get the most out of our trip together. Next, we have the corporate business plan that lays out the actions we need to take today based on the choices we've made. This is how we'll get to our destination. The daily activities, like the distance we're going to drive, or the sights we're going to see. Now, we've got our budgets. We've only got a certain amount of money to spend on our journey. We need to divvy up these resources based on the choices we've made and the actions we're taking. It's important that we monitor our performance and progress along the way. That's where enterprise performance management comes in. Did we see the sights that we wanted to see today to ensure we are enjoying our journey? Did we travel as far as we wanted to? Or do we need to make up the time tomorrow so we can still reach our destination on time? The last component is enterprise risk management. This is our assurance that we can complete each leg of the journey. It's about managing our risks. We can't always predict when it will rain, but packing an umbrella will help us be prepared. And it's also about seizing opportunities, like tenting under the stars and going to a concert with the money we've saved. In the end, our journey is about reaching our destination while having a great trip. The strategic planning framework accomplishes both. We're excited to get going and enable a better life for all Edmontonians.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So put simply, the strategic planning framework is a collection of plans and processes that guide how the city works to enable a better life for all Edmontonians. Through an extensive engagement process called Vision 2050, back in 2018, individuals, groups, and organizations came together and enhanced understanding on what matters most to Edmontonians. Connect Edmonton was essentially built by Edmontonians for Edmonton and guides administration's work. The future is guided by both Connect Edmonton and the city plan, communicating the desired city Edmontonians want to have in Connect Edmonton through the choices that are made in the city plan. Administration shepherds the remaining 4 components: the corporate business plan, budget, enterprise performance management, and enterprise risk management, to provide the corporation with the direction over the 4-year planning and budget cycle. Throughout the 4-year planning and budget cycle, the strategic planning framework components help to integrate planning and associated processes to move council's vision and the city plan forward. So we can just get this slide. I think they're trying to get them up. And just one more. Thank you. So let's start with the first component of the strategic planning framework, Connect Edmonton. As mentioned, this plan represents Edmontonians' vision looking forward for 2050 and serves as the city's North Star by providing direction for the future. It was approved in April of 2019 following extensive engagement with Edmontonians and is intended to provide direction for the next 10 years. Decisions made by council over the next 4 years will drive how far and how fast we move on each of the 4 strategic goals. One of the objectives of the document is to ensure the city's short-term decisions are aligned with the future community that Edmontonians want. Connect Edmonton provides a high-level view of Edmonton's future direction. It also guides the development of two other plans that are part of the strategic planning framework, the City Plan and the Corporate Business Plan. Through the City Plan and Corporate Business Plan, administration articulates the journey to achieving the 4 strategic goals in Edmontonians' vision. Next slide, please. Developed by the community, this was the first time a GBA Plus approach was applied to ensure a representative sample of Edmontonians were able to participate. Edmontonians told us their vision for Edmonton, where the city's heart is our people. Working together means acknowledging the different roles to play and unique strengths and resources everyone, Edmontonians, community, partners, and the city, contribute to make everything possible. Edmontonians also shared how our city needs to transform, focusing on decisions to ensure that Edmonton is a healthy city, a place with vibrant urban places where we all thrive, a community that is at the center of the prosperous region, and a city that is climate resilient. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, the city plan is one of 2 plans aligned with Connect Edmonton that administration uses to map how to achieve Edmonton's vision and strategic goals. The city plan defines where and how strategic priorities translate into physical spaces that are built, better options for how Edmontonians get around, new connections to support business, and more choices for how Edmontonians live. Like Connect Edmonton, the city plan invites residents, businesses, organizations, and stakeholders to provide input on choices and concepts, articulating the choices we will make to become a healthy, urban, and climate-resilient city of 2 million people that supports a prosperous region. A plan for people, places, and prosperity. The city plan also represents Edmonton's municipal development plan and transportation master plan, and has been adopted as Charter Bylaw 20000 by City Council on December 7th, 2020. Next slide, please. Building from Vision 2050, public engagement, and the strategic goals in Connect Edmonton, the city plan makes choices for the way Edmonton grows, its mobility systems, open spaces, employment, and social networks. It delineates between the strategic future city and essential service delivery, essential city, critical to maintaining services. The city plan aims to make a tangible positive difference to the lives of Edmontonians and is both a values-based and outcomes-oriented document. The 6 guiding values articulate how Edmontonians want to experience their future city, to belong, thrive, live, access, preserve, and create. And the city building outcomes are the conditions that will emerge in Edmonton's future when the direction and vision is realized. The city plan will provide direction for plans, guidelines, and other policy decisions, inform changes to city regulations, inform prioritization, measure progress towards targets. Next slide, please. Centering on Edmontonians, the city plan outlines 5 big city moves. These are the 5 big choices for how the city will reach the 4 Connect Edmonton goals. This outlines the corporation's strategic actions across the corporation. These actions create transformational change today. This also means that the city has a set strategic focus and prioritization for our budget discussion. In addition to strategic focus, the city delivers services that contribute to the essential city for current Edmontonians. The corporation delivers 73 services that support and deliver essential services. While not everything we do in the city will be strategic, they are still essential. In addition to the corporation's strategic focus, there are also services we are mandated to provide as a municipality. Next slide, please. The Corporate Business Planning is the second affiliate document to Connect Edmonton and describes the actions we will take to advance both the strategic direction and essential service delivery. It is rooted in 3 core objectives. Transformational impacts. To change our city for future generations, we must make transformational impacts in our community. Deliver excellent services to our community. So for example, outward-facing operations such as the waste collection service. And managing the corporation, which includes inward-facing operations, such as the Human Resource Management Service. In summary, the Corporate Business Plan translates Connect Edmonton and the City Plan into actions that will be undertaken across the organization. Next slide, please. This slide details the specific strategic actions for the Corporate Business Plan, which covers the 2019 to 22 timeframe. The strategic actions were updated by administration in early 2021, and are a reflection of our current environment. These strategic actions outline the community's vision for Edmonton. This work will be realized through action, partnerships, and collaboration. Next slide, please. The budget process dictates the resources we have available for our business plan and further refine prioritization and the journey towards our goals. The budgeting process for the capital and operating budgets is driven by achieving the goals and priorities articulated by Council and the community as outlined in the strategic plans we reviewed earlier in the presentation. The capital budget sets Edmonton's infrastructure plans for the next 4 years, and the operating budget covers day-to-day costs required to run the city, such as maintaining roads and public transit, police, bylaws, and fire rescue services, as well as the parks and waste management for the next 4 years. Next slide, please. So administration prepares the budget every 4 years and updates it annually to reflect the priorities outlined in the corporate business plan. As we covered earlier, the corporate business plan encompasses the actions that will activate the outcomes and support and align to the city plan and Connect Edmonton. You may note on this visual that all but one component of the strategy are timeline-based. The city plan, as mentioned, is population-based as we strive to become a healthy, urban, climate-resilient city of 2 million people that supports a prosperous region. Priority-based budgeting, which you will hear more about later this week, is a budgeting tool and a process used as part of the overall planning and budgeting process that supports and rationalizes the allocation of limited financial resources to those services that most closely reflect the goals and objectives outlined in the city's strategic planning framework. Next slide, please. Enterprise Performance Management, or EPM, is a systematic process to prioritize, measure, report, and improve performance relative to what is important to internal and external stakeholders, including council and citizens. EPM includes both performance measurement, the data and measures, and performance management, supporting decision-making conversation with effective target setting and analysis, and provides a framework in which all performance is monitored and managed. The EPM framework creates a guideline for how the corporation reports performance, when, and to whom. Performance is monitored in line with the corporate business plan's 3 objectives: making transformational impacts, delivering excellent services, and managing the corporation. Next slide, please. Indicators tied to Connect Edmonton's 4 goals monitor how effectively the city's actions are transforming Edmonton towards the 2050 vision. The indicators monitor changing conditions. These high-level indicators don't necessarily reflect the city's work, but the impact of the city's work with community partners and show how far the city's strategic actions have moved the dial towards its strategic goals. By monitoring our performance and making adjustments where needed, the city will be able to transform into a modern municipal corporation that can be nimble, be accountable, justify and support our choices and actions. Administration will communicate performance results to various audiences, including council, citizens, and internal leadership using mediums such as the Citizen Dashboard and annual performance reports to provide a comprehensive outlook on progress and impact. The Citizen Dashboard features measures from the following: Connect Edmonton indicators to show how much of an impact we're making on the community, City Plan strategic measures to show how we're focused as an organization to transform our community, and select public program and service measures to provide transparent and relevant data for citizens. Performance reporting integrates narrative and input from the following: Connect Edmonton progress, the City Plan interim targets and strategic measures, corporate business plan narrative, operational and capital budget prioritizations, and select service level reporting for both public and supporting services. Administration will benchmark our results and our productivity comparatively to learn from others and better understand our strengths and opportunities. Programs that help administration with benchmarking are the World Council on City Data and industry standard benchmark measures, which have and continue to be built into the EPM framework. Next slide, please. The last component of the strategic planning framework is enterprise risk management, or ERM, which reflects the corporation's readiness to mitigate identified risks as well as our ability to carry residual risk. As council, you are the ultimate governors of the risks. The Audit Committee assists Council in fulfilling its oversight responsibilities by reviewing reports from ERM. ERM is about identifying, assessing, managing, and reporting on enterprise risks associated with the city's business and strategic goals in a systematic, consistent, and transparent manner. It includes processes and tools for systematically ensuring risks to the city are properly managed and prepared for, as well as analyzing performance data and exploring forward-looking trends and opportunities to advance city goals. The ERM process provides assurance that the corporation can safely and effectively reach its goals given uncertainties and obstacles. This requires risk mitigations to be aligned with business planning and resources identified to prioritize high risks based on strategic actions as outlined in the corporate business plan and operating risks to deliver services. Our corporation's risk appetite and tolerance will be developed to support this alignment and support decision-making. Next slide, please. The ERM framework has identified 3 levels of risk: strategic risks that are directly related to strategic initiatives, actions, or priorities identified through the city's strategic documents; corporate operating risks, risks that inherently impact all aspects of business areas of the city; and service risks, risks that impact individual business operations and hinder the delivery of city services and city projects on both internal and external services. Risk appetite and tolerance provides clarity, consistency, and parameters from the executive leadership team given to all leaders in the corporation to make effective decisions when faced with uncertainty. This provides transparent, clear, and concise communication of what is acceptable and what is not when managing risk. Outcomes from the application of the framework help to achieve the city's 3 objectives. Next slide, please. In closing, and to recap this section, our direction for the next 10 years is set through our highest level plan, Connect Edmonton. Our city plan describes the choices to achieve the 4 strategic goals and sets direction for our future city. Our corporate business plan establishes actions the city will focus on to deliver over the next 4 years. And in terms of transformational projects, daily programs and services, improvement initiatives, and capital infrastructure projects. The budget, prepared every 4 years and updated annually, allocates resources to deliver on those priorities. EPM supports the corporation's ability to measure and monitor progress towards achieving the results Edmontonians care about. And lastly, ERM helps the corporation prepare for uncertainty or obstacles and seize opportunities. While Council is responsible for setting the vision through Connect Edmonton, administration ensures Council's vision is realized through the city plan, guiding how our city works to enable a better life for all Edmontonians, the corporate business plan guiding our actions based on performance with ERM and EPM, and managing our budget and resources, ensuring the corporation can deliver on the direction, choices, and actions to create the city Edmontonians want. These interconnected documents underpin all of the city's planning. As you see from today's session, each component of the strategic planning framework is important to ensure the city's actions today achieve the city's goals. Next slide, please. So this gets us to the final section of my presentation today. Administration has spent considerable amount of time focused on prioritizing and providing services to Edmontonians that are relevant, effective, and efficient. The unprecedented pandemic times and the financial implications associated with it have required us, as a large, complex organization, to be nimble and strategic. As the framework I've walked you through matures with time, we will continue to be responsive by shifting services where required. As such, this final stretch of my presentation will provide you with a short update on the anticipated major shifts in service for the next year. Next slide, please. We can draw some general lessons for the corporation at large. First, flexibility. It's one of the core attributes Edmonton has learned to embrace since the emergence of COVID-19. With a flexible mindset, the organization is better equipped to recognize opportunities that have the potential to help improve their overall agility and efficiency. Second, taking the time needed to do things right, thinking through the issues strategically. Strategic thinking will provide better results. This is a long process requiring stamina and differing resources in the continued pandemic. The need for digital services took a front stage during the COVID-19 pandemic. While social distancing requirements prompted the organization to reduce or even eliminate in-person services and replace them with online services, there are opportunities to continue connecting with Edmontonians through a digital service delivery in the future. Many of these were not in direct response to COVID, but had been underway or in development when the pandemic hit and positioned us well to have resilient services through the disruption. So how do we move these lessons learned forward? As administration, we navigate through complex knowns and unknowns collaboratively. We are agile, make decisions, and take action to move things forward. Through our planning, the city focuses on being strategic while delivering sustainable results. Temporary shifts in service over the next few years will be informed by the city's maturing frameworks, the 2023-26 budget, and lessons learned through the city's pandemic response. Next slide, please. The city has been exploring ways to improve service and ensure we continue to be responsive to Edmontonians' needs. Many initiatives, as mentioned, were underway prior to the pandemic, while others are a result of our need to be agile and responsive to changing circumstances, resources, regulations, etc. And here are a few recent examples of shifts in services. So in transit, in response to COVID-19 and as part of the continuous improvement, some service aspects have been enhanced through the introduction of digital faring payment solutions for low-income transit pass sales, enhanced disinfecting and cleaning of buses, trains, and transit facilities, and enhanced security measures in transit facilities. The city looks forward to the opening of Valley Line Southeast, which will be an important improvement to transit customer service. This is a new urban-style LRT for Edmonton and part of the new integrated transit network. You will have the opportunity to hear more about Edmonton Transit Service tomorrow. In terms of recreational programming, evaluation of current programming and membership models, particularly in the context of the pandemic, where there might be a shift towards virtual programming. In 2022, the city is planning to use digital assistance and live chat on Move, Learn, Play for programming registration sites in order to enhance customer experience and improve the efficiency of the service. In waste collection, the Edmonton cart rollout was completed at the beginning of September 2021. Service levels on pickup times is being monitored, as well as seasonal pickup frequency. New waste collection protocols, including cameras and radio frequency identification or RFID readers on collection trucks, help to streamline operations and improve customer service. Next slide, please. In the area of permits, business licensing, and zoning bylaw renewal, red tape reduction efforts between 2018 and 21 will save clients, specifically permit and licensing applicants, approximately 261,000 days waiting for applications to be processed, and saves approximately $4.6 million annually as a result of improved permit and licensing processes. These efforts have resulted in automated services, improved customer service, and significant reductions in business license and permit timelines. Zoning bylaw renewal represents a complete rethink of what, why, and how the city regulates development to meet the changing needs of a diverse population and a growing city. Established service timelines across all services and an application-specific timeline estimates and implementation of the zoning bylaw remove barriers to development and enhance service experience and streamline processes. In terms of supports for housing and homelessness, during the pandemic, administration leveraged funding from other levels of government in response to physical distancing regulations at shelters and social serving agencies by setting up a temporary shelter at the Edmonton Convention Centre, providing grants to social agencies to assist on the response to the opioids crisis, adding peace officer and contracted security on transit and downtown, and adding temporary public washrooms with attendance in and around the downtown core. Additional evaluation of these temporary service changes is ongoing and based on assessment. Next slide, please. As we continue our journey of providing excellent service, several frameworks are in development or currently being implemented across the organization. Let's talk a little bit about how they're maturing into the future and will further contribute to our service delivery. The corporation employs various corporate frameworks and tools to support our ability to deliver services such as enterprise risk management, enterprise performance management, continuous improvement, and customer experience. These frameworks are examples of our corporation's integrated efforts to mature the organization to a point where there's a culture of self-assessment and continuous improvement for all business areas. Understanding the experiences of our customers as they interact with the city will provide insight into services that may need to shift to ensure we are adapting and evolving to continue to meet their needs. Continuous improvement and innovation frameworks will allow us to ensure our services remain relevant, efficient, and effective, and that as an organization we're making transformational changes. You will hear more about these frameworks in the coming months. Identification of risks and associated mitigations identified through our ERM framework may also signal necessary shifts in service. And data collected and analyzed through the APM framework will also inform shifts in service that may need to happen in response to trends and organizational performance. These are part of an integrated approach to achieving our corporate promise and ensuring a better life for Edmontonians. Continuing to be responsive to our social, economic, and environmental conditions will allow us to continue to grow towards the future. Next slide, please. So some final thoughts for today. In addition to understanding Council's priorities, in alignment with Connect Edmonton and the City Plan, major shifts in service are informed by various factors, including what we hear from Edmontonians, how well we respond to what we hear, and our ability to allocate resources most effectively, from pet licenses to assessment values. Businesses also widely use it to create products such as the transit app and help our residents. And I think, sorry, that is it for me. Sorry. And happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We'll go to questions. And Councillor Stevenson, sorry.
It's quite fine. We were in a more casual mode yesterday,
Yeah, I
so
know.
no offense
Yeah.
taken. Thank you so much for the presentation. That was a great overview. I particularly appreciated the strategic planning framework video. That's I love a good analogy, and that was really effective. So thank you. I've got a few questions. I'm sorry they bounce over a little bit. I was just wondering, you mentioned sort of some potential council policies being brought forward for rescinding or reviewing. Just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about that. So there's sort of a comprehensive audit going on of the existing or council policies?
Sure, just let me grab that. There is an overview happening right now where we're taking a look at all of the policies that we've got at play as an organization. And apologies, I'm just going to pull up my proper, so I don't lead you astray here.
Just to give you a sense of scope and scale, there's 127 council policies and about 80 administrative policies. In the last 12 months, we've done a review of some new policies like the fiscal policy for revenue generation, Edmonton's economic recovery grant. So when they come forward, sometimes there'll be new policies, they'll make their way to you through the committees, and sometimes they will just be a refresh or housekeeping of an existing policy where we need to make some small changes to align with the current strategic framework.
And sorry, Councillor Stephen, over here, sorry. In addition to the work that we're doing corporately as well, we're in the department looking at the city planning framework, and that is a review of all the policies related to land use to make sure that they align with the current city plan direction, because we know that they don't all align right now, and so that is a major body of work that'll be done over the next few years with this council.
Perfect. That's great to hear. You also mentioned sort of in the next 90 days that we would be setting our priorities for the 2023-2026 capital and operating budgets. I have to confess, I was hoping that there was more time for us to sort of have the opportunity to figure out our strategies, figure out the strategic approach to that. So you can maybe walk us through the timelines of administration's budgeting process, knowing that that's not going to be coming to us until November. So yeah, if you could just tell us a bit more about that 90-day window coming up.
So in terms of, like you're asking more about how we get from here to the budget. So early in the year, as Kim mentioned, we'll come back and test some stuff on the city plan with you as part of the budgetary process, which I'll go through in more detail tomorrow, but after that, we'll come with some outlooks, economic outlook, give you a sense of what the 10-year plan looks like for budget, both operating and capital. Then we'll test some of the concepts that we have in terms of PBB, so priority-based budgeting, with the goal of releasing the budget in Q3. And then from there, you'll have time to sit with the budget, and then we'll debate it at the end of next year.
Great. Yeah, I think for me, it's just important to know, when and how to most effectively shape those decisions, but it sounds like there's sort of an iterative process in the coming months.
Yeah, and I would just add, Councillor, that for this fall budget adjustment, that report would come around the 10th of November, so there'll be a bit of time, but of course that's meant to not be a major one. Lots of time for next year for the 4-year budget for sure, and we're going to build lots of gateways for council to consider, get analysis, and part of it is the climate around it and how it's changing from an economic perspective, including not the least of which is the revenue from transit and things like that. So, yeah.
Great. And just the last one around risk appetite. You mentioned ELT sort of setting those parameters. Just wondering what role council can play in setting that risk appetite level.
Yeah, it's a good question. There'll be some future conversations coming up early in the new year around the whole enterprise risk management process and the overall appetite for risk. So we'll make sure we've got some touch points with council built in there.
And I would just summarize, a big role is what I would say to that. And it's really, you know, and part of that starts, I think, with audit committee taking a look at the city auditor's annual plan. And so we work with the city auditor on the risk management as well. But I would say a big role is the short answer.
Great. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang, you're next.
Good morning. Thank you so much for that. It's actually great to see the big picture. I guess I'm just curious about the role of ongoing involvement of the public and Edmontonians. There is a pretty comprehensive, Vision 2050, and I remember even with the city plan engagement at the time, I was actually a staff within the administration, and if I recall correctly, there was going to be, every year there was going to be some kind of public hearing. I'm just wondering for this big picture, thinking what kind of ongoing engagement, dialogue, conversations will you have with Edmontonians?
So we've got regular periods of public engagement for sure with citizens, but as we go through and have major milestones through any of the plans, so if there's an update to Connect Edmonton, or as we continue to navigate through the city plan, then there are public engagement opportunities that will make sure that we're engaging citizens and various groups of stakeholders as we move forward, developing the actions for those.
And if I might just add to that, Councillor, just about every conversation we have with community needs to be had in the context of the city plan, so that there isn't a disconnect between our strategic work and our more operational work. So we're working hard to ensure that public engagement conversations and other external outreach all are done in the context of the city plan and reference it.
No, that's great. I think just as from an average citizen perspective, I think it's actually really helpful to see the big picture and to understand, what is the role of city and what's the role of the council, what's the role of administration, because I think sometimes we conflate some of those pieces. Anyways, that's all my question for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I don't see any more questions. Cool. We can go to our next item, I guess. Thank you so much for the presentation.
If we could just take a minute to reset, Your Worship.
Sure,
for
please.
the next briefing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So, Andre, this question about these presentations, the copies of these presentations, can they be emailed to council members?
Yes, I see no reason why not, Your Worship. I will confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just ask, we could take 5 minutes, we're
Sure,
way ahead of
then we'll
time,
take a
so
5-minute break then.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can we need a motion to break?
No, we can take a recess. I was just going to say that the presentations are being emailed as they're being presented.
Oh, good, thank you. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess. We did lost, yeah. Rice,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Present.
myself, present, Councillor Stevenson,
Present.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
and Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good, we are 7, so nobody leaves now. Can you turn your camera, please, Councillor Paquette, if you don't? Okay, we got Councillor Tang back, so, okay. Back in the meeting. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today, myself and some members of my team who are en route will be providing you with information about the work we're undertaking to create a positive employee experience at the City of Edmonton. Next slide, please. Employee experience and safety is one of 7 supporting programs highlighted in the corporate business plan, the 4-year plan that advances the city toward the 10-year strategic goals of Connect Edmonton. And I'll also be chatting with you about the cultural commitments, which are our guiding principles on how the city acts on the commitments presented in the plan. Next slide, please. While the employee experience is led out of employee services, it is a corporate-wide commitment. Every employee has a shared responsibility to create and maintain a respectful workplace. Next slide, please. The city we serve is evolving and employs thousands of people, each and every one of whom plays an important role in making life better for 1 million Edmontonians. Next slide, please. The size and scope of our workforce reflects the variety of services we deliver to Edmontonians, 73 distinct services. When we talk about the composition of our workforce for the purpose of today's chat, I'm going to reference the 10,694 budgeted FTEs, inclusive of temporary COVID reductions as of June 30th, 2021. These include the Office of the City Manager, all civic departments, including waste, municipal enterprises, land enterprises, community revitalization levy, and Blatchford. This is the workforce that is within our leadership purview and includes the day-to-day teams that we lead. This group is not restricted to tax-supported FTEs. However, this number excludes Edmonton Public Library, Edmonton Police Service, positions associated with the 2017 EPCOR drainage transfer, boards, commissions, the City Auditor's Office, FEMCO, which is the Fort Edmonton Management Company, and of course, the Mayor and Councillor staff. These groups are outside of our leadership purview. So, in relation to our workforce, 76% of our workforce are permanent full-time. We experience significant fluctuations in our active headcount due to seasonal variations in our business lines. So our workforce typically peaks in the summer at approximately 13,000 employees and then decreases in January to approximately 11,000 employees. Next slide, please. Across the workforce, there are more than 950 types of jobs. They run the alphabet from accountant to zoo attendant. Examples might include rec center cashiers, casual laborers, waste collectors, bridge workers, locksmiths, mechanics, bus drivers, clerks, business analysts, accountants, lawyers, veterinarians, engineers, and on. As an organization, our workforce is critical to our success in meeting the needs of Edmontonians and making Edmonton a great place to work, live, and play. We pay very close attention to the experience that employees have in the organization and actively think about and consider factors that lead to higher levels of employee engagement. Next slide, please. So it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it. It's essential that our employees feel valued, safe, respected, and supported to advance our objectives. We're going to be sharing with you today, and I'm going to pause and introduce part of my team who are here with me today. To my left, Kelly Buckley, the Director of Respect in the Workplace, Next to her, Karen Zarski, the branch manager of Organizational Design and Development. And last but never least, Sindel Taylor, the branch manager of Workplace Safety and Employee Health. And they are each going to be presenting with me. So we are going to share information about several ongoing initiatives that collectively work toward creating and sustaining a work environment that fosters a vibrant, healthy, ever-learning organizational culture. Next slide, please. So this is a slide you will become very familiar with. As a corporation, we work hard to create and sustain a positive experience for every employee, from the moment they consider us as a potential employer, through what we hope is a long and fulfilling career, and then including transitions to new opportunities. We know that a great employee experience makes people feel happier and be more productive and motivated. And teams who are motivated are engaged to produce better results. We did and undertook extensive consultation and research into leading practices and learned that these 6 experiences are the ones that most people are looking for at work. Meaningful work, growth opportunities, supportive environment, wellness, trust and leadership, and empowerment. We use these experiences as the benchmark against which we measure employee engagement at the city. Next slide, please. I want to take a moment and talk to you about the employee orientation and onboarding program that's been developed over the last couple of years. So we know that onboarding new and also transitioning employees within the city to new roles is important in creating and sustaining that employee experience. It helps them understand how to connect their work to the larger corporate promise and also fosters trust in leadership. We have standardized onboarding processes for both new and transitioning employees to ensure that important information is covered and they have what they need to be successful. We've introduced new employee orientation sessions where a few times a year, every member of the executive leadership team comes together with a group of new employees. We talk about the organizational structure at the city, about how council and administration work together, provide information about the city's unions and the employee experience. And there's also an informal Q&A that takes place at the end of every session. Next slide, please. Regular surveying helps us monitor how we are doing and collect feedback on different points in the employee life cycle. The onboarding survey lets us monitor if employees had the support and tools they need to be successful in their role. And every 4 months, we do an employee check-in that looks at one or more dimensions of the employee experience. We've also included questions, for example, during the pandemic about folks' well-being, in addition to the standard questions. Every 2 years, we do a longer employee experience survey where we ask for and seek feedback about issues related to inclusion, diversity, and respect, in addition to the standard employee experience questions. And then finally, we do exit surveying. Next step, please. Next slide, please. So Glint is our survey provider. The regular engagement check-ins are done through the Glint tool, and we monitor corporate-wide engagement and other measures within a given year and also from year to year to allow us to develop trend lines. Leaders with 5 or more respondents in their area can see their specific results, and that's in order to protect privacy. There are optional comments on every question field. So it won't surprise you that we receive thousands and thousands of comments every single time we survey. And it is the responsibility of every leader to read the comments that pertain to their area. The scores for the corporation, the department, and the branches are posted internally on One City and externally for transparency on edmonton.ca. The employee check-ins and biennial survey have about a 50% response rate. The next large survey is September 2022. We use the GBA Plus lens to consider how to provide employees without direct access to a workstation computer with the opportunity to participate in the survey. We do this by providing shared computer terminals at garages and bus barns, for example, and providing the opportunity to scan a QR code with your cell phone in order to complete the survey. And we also offer translation. Next slide, please. In engagement surveys in 2020, as I mentioned, we had thousands of employees providing their thoughts and opinions, and 3 clear themes emerged: increasing clarity, building trust, and enhancing a feeling of belonging. These themes were validated through conversations with our employee resource groups that you'll learn about more either later today or tomorrow, I can't recall which deck it's in, and our GBA Plus Advisory Committee. We've always and often talked about listening, learning, and leading as the methodology by which we enhance employee engagement. And this is the basis of the structure of our leadership model. Next slide, please. Following our analysis of the 2020 results, we built a 2021 corporate engagement plan. And again, themed around listen, learn, and lead. Around listening, we talked about encouraging employees to participate in a variety of feedback mechanisms to ensure that leaders understand their lived experience. We talked about increasing and enhancing our commitment to mentoring. And we talked about increasing the clarity and information about workplace supports. In the context of learning, Andre launched the City Manager's Employee Engagement Team, which has met several times. We are continuing to provide enhanced training and support for people leaders and have tried to enhance belonging by inviting teams to share amongst each other the ways they have found to connect, especially those working in remote environments. To more effectively lead, we have communicated back to employees what we have heard from them, what we've learned, what we've acted on, and importantly, why decisions are made. We've tried to use a variety of formats to ensure that employees receive clear communication and respecting the fact that people learn in different ways. And we've also continued to encourage the Everyday Appreciation Program and expressions of appreciation and recognition in ways that are meaningful to individual employees. Next slide, please. One of the most important things employees need to be familiar with at the city is our cultural commitments, our shared corporate values. They enable us to work together to achieve this positive employee experience, and there are 5 of them. Safe. We value respect and protect the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of each other and those we serve. Helpful. We care about people's experiences. We work with them and for them to seize opportunities, address challenges, and deliver outstanding service. Accountable. We are trusted and empowered to embrace our responsibility for our actions, decisions, and behaviors. Integrated, we get the best results when we align our diverse ideas, knowledge, and efforts in shared purpose. And excellent, we perform to the highest standard and pursue innovation and continuous improvement. Next slide, please. And I don't know how this will go, so we'll check it out. Late in 2019, we celebrated our Cultural Commitment Awards, which recognize individual employees and teams who've made exceptional contributions in these 5 categories. Videos from all of the award categories are available for employees to view, and we wanted to share with you one video from a past finalist in the integrated category, someone you will likely be familiar with. And by the way, the 2021 Cultural Commitment Awards are being celebrated virtually on November 25th, and each and every one of you will be invited to that celebration. So let's try this.
Integrated is.
Integrated is all about working together, sharing in mutual successes, and building a strong collaborative foundation for capacity building for one another.
It's who we're including, it's how we're engaging with them, and it's about partnering to drive towards that solution.
True integration is a team collaborative approach where you're not just a bunch of individuals with separate goals. You're one giant collective.
It means that we can look at things creatively, we can set aside our differences, and really focus on achieving a solution that works for everybody.
Team of unique individuals with different ideas, expertise, and experience.
It's important to work in an integrated way because it ensures that everybody thrives.
True integration looks like the faces of all of the people in the branches and departments within the City of Edmonton and the faces of the citizens in the communities that we work with.
The technology worked. Thank you very much for that support with that. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Karen.
Great. Thanks so much, Kim. Each and every employee, regardless where they fit into the organization, is a leader. And developing and supporting strong leaders is the key priority of the executive leadership team. Many employees lead the services they deliver. Others have formal leadership roles supervising teams. And some lead the direction for the organization. Along with technical abilities, leaders demonstrate key behaviors that help their teams achieve results and a desired culture. These behaviors are known as competencies. They describe the ways in which we approach our work, how we act, how we treat others, and they often determine what people remember about us when we're not in the room. The ways in which each of us as individual leaders behaves impacts all aspects of our business, whether it's through ensuring we have respectful work environment, instilling trust within our teams, or improving service to Edmontonians. We're incredibly proud of the specific leadership competencies we have developed at the City of Edmonton. Next slide, please. Our leadership competencies set clear expectations and guide the way in which we do all of our work. There are three components of leadership: self, team, and results. Each of these components has two core leadership competencies, which are present across all leadership levels and increase in complexity as leaders develop and grow. These are a forward-looking focus for our leaders at the city. With this focus and in alignment with our cultural commitments, we deliver on our corporate promise. The competencies are courageous. Courage is about encouraging and listening with openness and dealing with issues rather than ignoring them. We lead change and make decisions that are right, even when they're not easy. Inclusive. Inclusive means that we seek out different points of view, are mindful of our biases, and apply a GBA plus lens. We work to understand our own biases and intentionally seek out the voices of those who see things through a different lens. Values-based influencer. We are guided by our cultural commitments as we influence through our networks and work with and develop others. We use these values to model the way. Collaborative networker. We understand that we produce a better end product when we involve others. We understand who we need to connect, nurture relationships, and work with to achieve results. We also ensure that we know and actively coach and mentor others. Systems thinker. We take the broader context into account and focus on management, systems alignment, accountability, and financial stewardship. We anticipate and respond to the changing needs of our citizens and measure the impact. Creative innovator. We are proactive and responsive to the changing needs of the citizens we serve. We look for different ways to address complex problems. We understand risks, but push boundaries to create better services that help us be more relevant, efficient, and effective. We have incorporated all of these competencies into our human resource programs and processes to help us make sure that we hire the right people, provide meaningful feedback, and focus on learning and growth. Next slide, please. Enabling Conversations is a learning series for all people leaders at the city. The training reinforces the importance of continuous performance conversations that focus on enabling employees to do their best work and succeed in their roles. We know that an employee's direct supervisor has a huge impact on their performance and their experience at work. So we're investing in skill development for all leaders to get better at having these conversations. The program helps enhance our leadership competencies and focuses on 5 key conversations. The first is setting direction and providing clarity around priorities and expectations. The second, engaging in meaningful conversation about employees' strengths and areas for growth, as well as short and long-term career interest to help guide their development. Third is providing timely and relevant feedback and coaching to help employees succeed in their roles. Fourth is acknowledging contribution of employees and the value that they provide to Edmontonians. And lastly, addressing performance concerns, course correcting, and taking action as needed. The series launched in June 2020, and it started with the deputy city managers and branch managers and is now cascading through our formal leadership group. Next slide, please. Over to Sindel.
Thanks, Karen. So administration is committed to making the city of Edmonton a psychologically safe and healthy work environment for all city employees. We strive to create a work environment that bolsters employees' well-being and provides support through difficult times. Next slide. As Kim has talked about, safety is the first of our 5 cultural commitments. It is an important part of who we are at the city. We often start our meetings with a safety moment to highlight safe practices and share stories of how we can be safe in our work. As an organization, we have a city manager's commitment statement. Some of the highlights of that commitment statement include the city's commitment to our employees' safety extends beyond just their physical safety and also includes their mental and social well-being. No matter where an employee is in the organization, they have a role in ensuring the workplace is safe. This includes looking after their own safety, not doing anything that might cause harm to someone else, and generally looking out for one another. People in leadership roles have additional obligations to lead by example, take actions that support our culture, and promote health and safety within our work areas. Next slide. Mental health is defined by the World Health Organization as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes their own potential, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to their community. Mental health impacts every one of us. We cannot separate our mental well-being from who we are as individuals or what we do each day. This reality also applies to our work, where many of us spend the majority of our waking hours. Consequently, the workplace has an important role in supporting mental well-being, not only when things are going well, but during times of crisis and uncertainty. A city work environment that is psychologically healthy also contributes to fulfillment of Connect Edmonton's Healthy City strategic goal. As stated in this strategic plan, when Edmontonians feel safe, empowered, and supported as individuals, they are better able to connect with and enrich the community. We look forward to ongoing respectful collaboration with City Council, which promotes the psychological health and safety of all. Next slide. So the emphasis the City of Edmonton places on creating and sustaining a psychologically healthy work environment for employees continues to expand. We have a track record of recognizing and prioritizing psychological health and safety in our organization. It is also important to note that in 2018, the Occupational Health and Safety Act in Alberta was revised and explicitly includes the requirements to reasonably protect not only the physical safety, but also the psychological safety of workers. We actively work to align our programs, policies, and strategic planning not only to the OHS Act, which is mandated, but also to the National Standard for Psychological Health and Safety in the Workplace, which is voluntary. Examples of how we work to promote employee wellness include mental health and wellness training, such as mental health first aid, since 2008 with over 1,500 employees trained since then, and the Working Mind course that is now available to all city employees and people leaders. We have a comprehensive employee and family assistance program with LifeWorks for city employees and their immediate family members. We have our cultural commitments and the leadership competencies, which value safety and courage. The respectful workplace policy and training, and GBA plus training. Domestic violence workplace policies and supports, including 10 days of paid leave for employees impacted by domestic violence. Our employee surveys and peer support teams, and numerous employee health, wellness, and mental health supports and resources that we've expanded during the pandemic. The need for the city to be a workplace that promotes and fosters psychological health and safety will be particularly important as the pandemic recovery continues. We are working to expand the supports for psychological health and safety in our workplace, including expanding our peer support teams to 13 across the city. Next slide, please. On our employee wellness page, there are a lot of valuable resources, including crisis support, mental health check-ins, and wellness guides. We strive to provide holistic content that supports employees' emotional, psychological, physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. This site is updated regularly to include timely and current resources and information. Using the GBA Plus approach, we also work to support fulfillment of the Indigenous framework and art of inclusion by providing culturally informed resources for Indigenous peoples and diverse communities. Another online resource available to all city employees is the LifeWorks EFAP online platform and mobile app. It includes a library of wellness articles and resources, self-guided online programs, and access to eChat with LifeWorks counselors. All of these resources are available to council staff, and we encourage you to be aware of what is available to support them. And now I will turn it over to Kelly Buckley, our Director of Respect in the Workplace, to take us through our respectful workplace.
Next slide, please. Good morning. I'm pleased to be here to present on our policies and programs to support respect in the workplace, including our Respectful Workplace Policy, the Safe Disclosure Office, and our Connected City Initiative. You're familiar with the Human Resource Management policies for Council, and the Respectful Workplace Administrative Policy is part of that outlined list. We're taking the opportunity to present that policy to you today. Next slide, please. On the screen, you'll see our definition of a respectful workplace from our policy. A respectful workplace is free of harassment and discrimination. Employees are treated fairly. Diversity is acknowledged and valued. Communication is open and civil. Expectations around behavior are clearly communicated. Resources and training to resolve disputes are provided. Conflict is addressed early. And there is a positive culture of inclusion, empowerment, and cooperation. This policy states the city's commitment to respect in the workplace. It defines what constitutes respect in the workplace, harassment, and discrimination. It ensures the city meets legislative requirements under occupational health and safety. It clarifies high-level expectations for all employees and supervisors. And it sets out the city's approach for addressing respectful workplace concerns between employees. Next slide, please. The Respectful Workplace Policy provides the opportunity and responsibility to create our environment every moment of every day. Through our collective actions, we can consciously make decisions on being educated and informed on how we choose to show up and how we respond to what happens. While you as councillors have your own code of conduct and training, council staff and employees are encouraged to complete the Respect in the Workplace training that's available. Employees are encouraged to contribute to a respectful workplace through these actions. Be respectful. Don't participate in, encourage, and/or support any bullying, harassing, discriminatory, or disrespectful behavior. Accept responsibility for their actions, reactions, behaviors, and the impact that those may have on others. Report concerns to their supervisor or any other person or group identified in the related procedure. Respect confidentiality when they are involved in difficult conversations or any processes associated with this policy. And if they are not sure about confidentiality expectations when someone shares something with them, they should ask. If someone raises a concern to someone, we ask that employees don't retaliate. And we ask that we participate in good faith in any procedures and training associated with this policy. Next slide, please. People leaders have additional responsibilities under the policy to create and maintain respectful workplaces that are free of discrimination or harassment. These include, but are not limited to, being a role model by ensuring actions and words contribute to a respectful workplace and are consistent with the intent of this policy. Needless to say, this applies to everyone. Being aware of what is happening in the area and taking appropriate action in a prompt, impartial, and confidential manner when respectful workplace issues arise. Taking reasonable steps to prevent, limit, and address an employee's exposure to harassment from external sources, so for example, from citizens. Making every effort to ensure employees' awareness of and compliance with this policy, and supporting the resolution of respect in workplace matters, which may include seeking advice or referring the employee to supports where appropriate. And understanding that inappropriate behavior may impact more than those directly involved, including witnesses, and providing support to all parties. Next slide, please. I'd like to introduce you to the Behavior Zones document, and you should have a copy of this in front of you. Thank you. This document was developed to illustrate what acceptable workplace behaviors are and are not. You can see the spectrum goes from green to red. Green zone behaviors are those that are healthy and positive. Yellow zone is used to describe lower level concerns. This is important to note because often, when concerns are addressed at this stage, it can actually help build trust and support a continued healthy relationship. It can also prevent possible escalation of the behavior and the impact on everyone involved. One sign of a respectful workplace is the ability to address what we often call low-level conflict directly in the workplace and with the people involved. Orange zone behaviors are when things escalate, and red zone behaviors are those that are considered severe or egregious. Behaviors between employees that are not aligned with the policy can span from minor issues to severe violations. Because of this range of behavior, it is important that concerns are addressed and that the response taken is proportional to the severity of the alleged behavior, the complexity of the situation, and any relevant history. Responses may include training, a facilitated conversation, an investigation, or possibly all three. The Behavior Zones document helps everyone better understand the span of behaviors, where they may sit in terms of severity, and the most common approaches to addressing them. What this document also does is provide us some guidance on language that is more neutral and less triggering so that we can talk about behaviors that are in the yellow or orange zone. We provide employees with a model to have these conversations, and it builds their skills in both delivering and receiving feedback. Next slide, please. When training employees about respectful workplace concerns, we speak about the difference between intent and impact. When we consider our own actions and thoughts, we tend to judge ourselves based on our intentions. When we consider others' actions, we tend to judge them on their impact. It is critical that we reflect on our own behavior and ask what impact we are having on others. Even if we didn't intend to cause harm, we may still have had a negative impact on someone. It is important that we believe people when they tell us the impact we are having, because while it might not be our intention, things like implicit bias can influence our actions regardless of our intent. When we consider the respectful workplace policy, someone's intent may not be relevant to determining if disrespect has happened, although it will be taken into consideration for understanding what resolution needs to take place. Next slide, please. The city has training available specifically regarding respect in the workplace if you'd like to learn more about the policy and approaches to addressing conflict. We need to address and talk about issues, and finding a way forward is important where appropriate. The City of Edmonton is a relationship-based city. We all have a role to play. Conflict is going to happen, but how we deal with it defines our culture. Next slide, please. When employees feel that they can't resolve respectful workplace concerns on their own in the workplace, the Safe Disclosure Office is available as a resource. The Safe Disclosure Office, or SDO, is a place for employees to reach out and discuss work-related matters that relate to harassment, discrimination, and respectful behavior concerns. This process is for City of Edmonton employees to address employee-to-employee concerns. The SDO is often referred to as safe, neutral, and confidential. What this means is that the SDO assesses concerns independently from city administration. It also means that they do not represent administration, unions, or employees. It means that files and records are kept separate from other City of Edmonton files and records, and it means that the office is at a physical distance from city administration, which can make it more comfortable for employees to visit them than if they were in one of the towers downtown. And of course, right now the SDO is meeting with folks virtually and over the phone. When somebody comes to talk to the SDO about process, that stays between the individual and the SDO. But it's important to know that if there is a disclosure of harassment, the SDO does have to send that forward for action. Next slide, please. Once information is shared with the SDO, it is then considered institutional knowledge. And there are then certain cases where the SDO may be required to act on that information with or without the input of the employee who brought forward the concern. Specifically, if there is a risk of imminent harm to self or others, if there is a report of harm to or exploitation of a minor, and if there is a report of harassment in the workplace as defined in the occupational health and safety legislation. If an employee reaches out to the SDO to discuss options on how to move forward with a concern, these conversations remain confidential. Next slide, please. The role of the SDO is to hear concerns that are specifically in regards to the workplace policy, and specifically when there are barriers to having the supervisor address the concern. The Safe Disclosure Officers are not investigators, nor do they substantiate the matters brought forward. What they do is conduct a prima facie, or face value analysis, to determine if the matter can be addressed using the respectful workplace policy. And then, if it appears that it could be, it is forwarded to the most appropriate person or group to action. This is really determined case by case. It could go to an intermediary, to a third party, to a labor relations, workplace restoration, or another leader to address the concern. In some cases, when it's helpful and appropriate, the SDO may suggest that the employee contact other programs, such as the Employee Family Assistance Program or the City Chaplain. Many times, the SDO is there to provide a human interaction for people who just don't know what to do. They can validate people's emotions while giving them a framework within which they can feel empowered to take the steps that can lead to change. Next slide, please. Next, I'd like to speak to you about the Connected City Initiative, which focuses on relationships between employees and the public. The City of Edmonton recognizes that the connection between its employees and the public is instrumental in creating a great city experience for all. The Connected City Initiative describes how the city will establish and promote an approach that supports respectful connections between city employees and the public. In doing so, we will prevent and address concerns of harassment and discrimination directed at employees by the public. This project operates on both a process level that supports operational change, including how employees are supported when connecting with the public, and on a change management level that works to influence perceptions around the nature and value of the relationship between city employees and the public. Combined, these approaches will help to realize the vision of a reciprocal employee and public relationship that creates the best possible experience for both employees and the public. Next slide, please. As a relationship-based city and a modern municipal corporation, our goal is to provide the best citizen experiences and ensure that City of Edmonton employees feel safe from harassment and/or discrimination when connecting with the citizens we serve. The physical and psychological safety of employees is equally as important as the services we provide. Next slide, please. The intention of the Connected City initiative is that every interaction helps employees and the public feel supported, respected, heard, connected, helped, and empowered. Each interaction is unique, and there is no one way to address all situations. Every situation needs to be assessed on its own. The Connected City Guide provides a general approach and response model to follow in our interactions with the public. Next slide, please. This is a high-level snapshot of the overall program. The levels show that we approach the topic from many different angles, with tools and materials for supporting a connected city and managing challenging interactions at each level. The Connected City Guide is a corporate set of guidelines that areas use to help in the development of area-specific tools and resources. There are also learning modules and resources that are specific to employees and people leaders. We know that some areas have pre-existing programs, training, and resources in place already. What Connected City is providing is not meant to replace those, but to standardize and supplement where it's needed. This is why it's been developed as a guide and not as a procedure, because we recognize there is a need for a consistent approach, but also the flexibility of area-specific tools that make sense for each of our business areas. Next slide, please. The Connected City Guide provides the foundation to the rest of the resources and tools found in the program. It describes the approach of what can be done before, during, and after challenging interactions. It gives structure and clarity on our role as employees and people leaders when experiencing challenging interactions, harassment, and discrimination from the public. And it includes definitions and sample response strategies. And it provides a citywide support module and guidelines for employees to modify or restrict how they interact with the public. This program is supported by a multitude of resources created for the Connected City initiative. All resources like workbooks, information sheets, and toolkits associated with the program can be found on our Connected City web pages. Harassment and discrimination are never acceptable. We work hard to create a welcoming and safe space for employees and the public. As part of our work, we are trained to address conflict and difficult situations. Through training and resources, we work to build employees' resilience so that they are better equipped to handle these situations. Thank you for your time and attention.
So thank you, Mayor and Council. That's a lot of information on the employee experience, and we'd be happy to take any questions you may have at this time. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the presentations, and also thank you for rushing into the meeting. We call you earlier. Thank you for that. Questions? All right, where did I go here? I just gotta figure this out.
Maybe just a comment to clerk, sorry, point of order. My name came up first, but I believe other speakers were ahead of me. I requested to speak after Karen Principe.
No worries. Yes, I see. We can move you. You want to go first, Councillor Stevenson, or you want to go after?
No, I'd like to go last.
Okay. Well, Councillor Paquette, you go first then.
Okay, sure. I also wanted to go last, but that's okay. So thank you for the presentation. I just had a couple of quick questions about employee numbers. You mentioned, I believe, somewhere in the range of 13,000 at peak and then about 12,000 during the winter. And I'm just, for the benefit of new councillors, I'm wondering if you can just give a slight comparison to how those numbers compare to years in the past.
The overall FTE count at the city has reduced. I don't have the year-over-year numbers, but I can get them for you, but not reduced by what I would consider to be a statistically significant amount. So in the last year, as councillors who were here previously would know, we did engage in a round of permanent layoffs as a result of budget implications. So there have been some adjustments to the overall FTE count, but it hasn't been a significant fluctuation.
Okay, and there was also quite a few temporary layoffs as well, is that correct, during the pandemic?
Yes, we had well over 1,000 TLOs as a result of the closure of rec centers and other city attractions and facilities at various points in time over the COVID pandemic.
Okay, and some of that, especially the seasonal, folks would have noticed throughout the city an impact to services despite our best efforts. Is that right?
Probably others would be better able to speak to that. I certainly know that when facilities closed, there were definite impacts to services because they weren't available at all during the closure times.
Yeah, and this was sort of employee management results of constrained budgets and of just the realities of COVID. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on, you did mention culturally informed resources to Indigenous communities. I'm wondering if you'd expand on that.
As part of our Employee Family Assistance Program, we recognized that Indigenous employees often wanted to access different supports, and so we have the ability for Indigenous employees to request meeting with an elder as opposed to a traditional counselor through the Family Assistance Program. And we continue to look at ways that we can support employees with diverse backgrounds with supports that meet their specific and unique needs.
Right, and just for clarification, that's part of the reconciliation process through the TRC calls to action, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Just in case anyone was wondering, well, why is this happening? Okay, and then you talked about resources available to staff. I was just curious if we track the uptake of that, if staff are actually availing themselves of the different cultural resources that we're making available?
So we do track the uptake on the Employee Family Assistance Program in general, and we have those statistics. I'm not...
Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Like maybe even just like a quick email to everyone would be great. Just so that if anyone asks us, we can speak competently to that. And next, when I first got on 4 years ago, the city was right in the midst of a massive sort of reimagining, I guess, of how to approach harassment and discrimination. And these many years later, I'm just wondering how it's going.
So I think that it's fair to say the city is viewed as a leader in the municipal environment across Canada in terms of the Safe Disclosure Office, for example, the workplace restoration team that we have embedded within Kelly's section that has serviced well over 1,500 city employees and goes in and does workplace assessments and provides supports to teams that are struggling. We have a well-defined policy and an exceptional training program that was developed with the help of external consultants. I think that it's also fair to say that if I went randomly around the city to a garage and on a bus and to a rec center, I would find employees who are struggling and who have challenges in their work environment. So I would never suggest there isn't always an opportunity for progress to be made in terms of an ever increasingly safe and inclusive environment. I would say that it is our absolute commitment on the part of not only the ELT, but also the branch leadership team and the directors and the people leaders at the city to work toward creating and sustaining a safe and inclusive culture. And I would say we are not perfect in this endeavor.
Perfection is hard to find, but thank you for the response and for all your work. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the questions I first have is, does every city employee within the city of Edmonton earn a living wage, which is currently at $18.10? Just want to confirm that we are a living wage employer.
Correct.
Okay.
And I know Ms. Padbury, who I believe is here, would have more specific information on the living wage policy, but that is a correct statement, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
That is correct, and we have a living wage policy that also applies to our procurement processes.
Oh, to the procurement as well. That's fantastic.
Yeah, so all contractors.
Yeah, perfect. You mentioned in your presentation that there's a 50% response rate to the survey. Who are we not hearing from in those surveys?
So there are some branches in the operations areas, for example, where, I'll give an example, transit would have a lower response rate. People who work at desks with computers, we tend to have higher response rates. There was a time at the city, I think it was the first year I was here, so maybe 2018, where we did paper surveys. And when we moved to Glint, which is a new survey provider, the paper surveys were no longer a functionality of Glint. So we do make efforts, and when I say we, Catherine's department in conjunction with mine, to look at ways to increase participation in areas that are low. So we do have all the metrics of where the responses are coming from, and I would say in general, there are some operational areas that have the lowest response rates.
Yeah, and I would just add, we recently discussed how do we increase that, and maybe one of the ideas is as people are starting shift work, there's a real easy kiosk, for example, where they could do the survey, and so we're looking into those kind of options. It really is the shift workers and the folks that don't have a computer most of the day.
And so just to follow up with that, divisions are, the departments and the areas are great. Are there any other identity factors that are missing?
Okay, so just to be clear, not every survey has questions about identity factors. I just want to be clear on that. Just the one every 2 years.
Okay.
And with respect to the one every 2 years, it's impossible for us to know, if this is your question, like for example, people would self-identify as Indigenous in that survey, and then we could track of all the employees who self-identified as Indigenous, what's their employee experience like? For sure we can do that. However, what we don't know is how many employees who are Indigenous chose not to identify. So I feel like it is helpful information for sure. I don't think I could fairly say it's super accurate in that not everyone would self-identify and not everyone responds to the survey.
Yeah, there's always limitations with research, absolutely.
Yes.
Another point I want to bring up is when you say the 3 themes that emerged recently were clarity, trust, and belonging, that's very deeply concerning to me, because especially trust and belonging are, to me, like on the hierarchy of needs, right at the base. And so my question to you is, where do you think the trust breakdown has occurred between employees and whomever? I don't know, but there's obviously a breakdown of trust.
So I would not be comfortable with the statement there's a breakdown of trust. I'll just start with that. The fact that we identified, when we looked at the survey results, 3 areas that we want to focus our attention on does not correlate to, in my opinion, that there is a breakdown of trust at the city. Having said that, I think if you look at individual comments, you'll see this. In some areas, it's a supervisor-employee problem. So there is a supervisor who employees don't feel they can talk to or communicate with, who's not listening to them. So I'll say that's one nature of the problem. Some folks are unhappy with decisions executive leadership team has made. So you'll see a constellation of people who are angry with ELT for example, the recent vaccination policy. It's a pretty obvious example. There was a lot of commentary around that. And those folks who commented don't have trust in ELT because they did not like that decision. So that is another kind of a breakdown in trust. I think there's a multiplicity of different reasons why someone would feel a lack of trust in their employer, which is why I think it's extremely important to read the comments and to look at the specific nature of the problem in each area. And we do hold our leaders accountable for doing that because, for example, when I read in my department's results, there was one particular branch where workload was mentioned over and over. People felt that there was an overwhelming workload and they weren't able to do, to do their work. That wasn't the case in some of my other branches. So I really feel like when you ask about trust, we care about trust, we think about trust, but I don't think it's a panacea, and I don't think it's the same problem across the organization.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang.
Thank you all so much for the presentation. I guess a couple quick ones, and then a couple of longer ones. Just to build on the question Councillor Pekka had around the size of the workforce, I'm actually curious, how do we compare to other Canadian cities of similar size?
It's an excellent question, and this would be the subject of a more comprehensive briefing. It's very difficult to compare because it is not apples to apples. So I'll give you an example. In Vancouver, transit, which is a similar size city, the municipal environment, not the region, transit's not part of their city complement. So we do have the kind of information you're asking about, Councillor Tang, and it's complicated. You have to go through waste is or is not employees. Sometimes it's contracted out. It is a difficult comparison to make.
Yeah, I think if you can provide a bit of briefing on that would be helpful, just even in our communication with constituents.
Yeah, we definitely have information.
GBA Plus is now in your area.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, I want to say it's a responsibility that is distributed across the organization.
Yes.
However, it is Kelly's team that leads the training and the GBA Plus Advisory Committee and the Community of Practice. That's correct.
I do have a question about the GBA Plus lens. So I appreciate the examples you've given during your presentation about how that's being applied. For example, when it comes to ensuring diverse employees can access the survey. I'm curious if there has ever been a GBA analysis done to workforce management, hiring, talent retention, in particular when it comes to senior leadership. I think there has been a lot of attention paid to representation and diversity for this council, this election. And I'm just wondering, because I think that also needs to be reflected in the workforce as well. I know you're all very capable leaders, of course, but if I look out into this room, I don't necessarily see the same diversity reflected as to the makeup of the Edmontonians. So I just want to pick your brain a little bit about what is the plan to support a more diverse workforce and in particular senior leadership.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Tang. You're kind of jumping ahead to my presentation tomorrow, but I'm happy to answer the question. Part of the Art of Inclusion includes an employment service review to identify, address, and strategize around the concerns that you've raised in terms of how are we recruiting, how are we retaining, and then what are we doing to build in sustainability, particularly with advancement issues into leadership for diverse employees. So that is very much a priority for my section and for the Employee Services Department, and we of course will be working in partnership with our talent acquisition and service supports team on that. Wonderful, thank you.
And I guess finally, I have a question around, addressing conflict that you had brought up earlier. And I guess it ties a little bit to the 50% response rate to the surveys. When the culture is such that employees are afraid to come forward or afraid to express their opinion, I don't know if that's fully captured in a survey like Lint. And sometimes the consequence of that is, as candidates, we hear about it on the campaign trail, and this has come up time and again. And from what I've heard in the presentation, the onus is a lot on the employees, including, the actions taken and, emotional support, the Office of Chaplain, for example. I think the onus is really on the employees. And I guess just a bit of a thought from you, just a bit of response to that. And, for the Safe Disclosure Office, if the action is taken, or it's, there's going to be a comprehensive review done, is there necessarily immediate action? And how can we shift that focus beyond, the employee?
So I'll start. I feel like there were three threads to what you said, at least that I picked up, but please help me if I've missed any. The first one, I repeatedly say in my department and to colleagues, surveying is but one tool. So it's important, and it's not everything. We don't hear from everyone, and we can't use that as our sole source of information about the experience of our employees. The reason we included the slide about enabling conversations, the leadership program which we have, and I need to reiterate, this is for all people leaders at the cities. That's for 1,500 people. Everybody who has another human being in their responsibility and under their accountability is expected and will be taking this course. And the course is about how to have a series of conversations with the people who work for you. So this is a bit about your second point. If I've left you with the impression that it is the individual employee responsible for making sure that they're safe at work or that they have an opportunity to express a problem, I have failed. That is not the case, absolutely, clearly not the case. Every people leader at the City of Edmonton has a clear responsibility for ensuring the psychological safety and the physical safety of the people who work for them, which is part of why when we talked about the fact that ignoring a problem, that's the number one leadership competency, is courage. That's not courageous, and that's not consistent with the leadership competencies and expectations at the City of Edmonton. We also talked about the idea of actually being responsible for knowing what's happening in your work area. So it's one thing to say, they came to me and I ignored them. It's another thing to say, well, I had no idea that was going on. That's not acceptable. You're responsible for understanding what's happening in your work area and for watching and keeping your eyes and ears open and your heart open and paying attention. So it is absolutely the responsibility of the people leaders, every single one of them at the city, to ensure and to support and to foster and maintain positive, healthy work cultures. I'm not saying that we achieve that all the time, but I'm very clear that that's an expectation and a responsibility. At the same time, this is a both-and situation. I also believe that individual employees have an accountability, that if they're upset by something or concerned about something, that they're willing to engage in a conversation. So my instruction would be, or my invitation would be, if you're in a room and someone says something that offends or bothers you, talk to them about it. Let them know. Have a discussion. And if you're the person who's been approached because you've said something that has impacted someone in a negative way, be undefended. Listen to them. Be curious. Be open-hearted about it instead of saying, I didn't do that or I didn't mean that. So that's what we're trying to achieve at the city. That's what our intention is. That's what our goal is. That's what we're working toward.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Actually, building on your previous answer around, the employee engagement survey just being one tool and one metric. I was just curious if you do track other measures such as, people on stress leave, submissions to the Safe Disclosure Office, the resolution of investigations, and exit interview and data, and whether council gets reports on that as well.
So all of the measures you just articulated are tracked, and many others. So sick time is another excellent example, right? So stress leaves, or that's the wrong way of putting it, LTD claims, STD claims, WCB claims. So all that data is tracked. As to what we report to council, I'm trying to think through this. I don't know of a regular reporting to council of those numbers. I might have We might have reported them at various points in time on request of council or as parts of other reports, but that information is tracked for certain. Yes.
Great. Well, yeah, and I think it sort of leads into my next question, which is, how can council help to promote safe workplaces? And I think part of that is just making sure that we are informed about the current state, and then just as individuals, what we can do to support that.
One of the things I'll just, on a personal note, reflect on that I'm really excited about is the way you interact with one another and the way you interact with us. So I'll just say modeling the way is very, very important. Lots of city employees watch council. They're interested in seeing the conversation and the dialogue. And so clearly your respect for one another and the way you engage in respectful discussion with us is fantastic, and I feel is very important for city employees to see. And clearly, and again, this is probably obvious, but your own offices, I would love to see your staff participate in our training so that they see the resources that are available to them and that they can access. And I guess thirdly, I know that many of you have expressed an interest in going out and seeing different parts of our operation, and as a deputy who's inside an office tower, I've also done that, and it's been fantastic to go out and meet folks at their toolbox or on their bus and learn a little bit about what their lived experience is. And I'd love to hear from you, and I know I speak for all of us, about issues or concerns or areas where there are problems. Lines of sight, you have a line of sight I don't have, and so to the extent that we can learn from you about areas where we can do additional work or intervene or provide supports are also very helpful to me.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And the problem with being fifth in line is that Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Tang, and Councillor Stevenson have already asked the questions that I was going to pose. So thank you for the answers. I do appreciate it. And I do like the SDO. I think that's a great resource. And I hope that we really reassure people and encourage them that if needed, that they access it. But thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Hi, good morning, and thank you very much for your presentation. I do see the city administration side tried so hard to provide the positive employee experience, and we have so many programs, services, support in place. So I appreciate your hard work for that. So based on the presentation you provided, I have a few questions. The first one is from public perspective, and talk about our city's program services efficiency piece. So that is a big concern I heard from public. And then I think that efficiency piece actually link back to our employees' productivity. I think that I didn't see this piece in the presentation, and specifically I would like to look at from positive experience angle, how employees' career growth opportunities be implemented, be supported, and in our city's employee services. Specifically, and for the productivity piece, that is related back to our culture commitments, and also related back to our respectful workplace as well. We know there are many, many factors could impact employees' productivity. That will impact our actually public program and services efficiency. That is our public concerns. So can you provide more information on that?
So I'll just pick up one of the pieces of what you were just mentioning. We just recently, like within the last 2 weeks, brought forward to ELT some work around something called This Is How We Learn and Grow. It's a project that is it's at the phase right now where we've done an enormous amount of consultation and conversations across the city with folks from all departments and all areas. And we're now looking at developing some procedures and policies and guidelines around learning opportunities and developmental opportunities. And as you've so rightly pointed out, there's formal education, there's a training, there's also secondments, there's mentoring, there's job shadowing, there's special projects, there's coaching. There are many ways that we can develop employees that are in addition to a formal training. So the goal of the This Is How We Learn and Grow project is to have consistency across the city, not necessarily equality, because there will be different requirements for different employees, but to have a consistent sense that we're a learning and growing organization, that we support our employees, and they're given opportunities to advance in various ways. So that is a piece of work. As it progresses, we're looking at early 2022 for having the framework in place. I'd be happy to share it with you.
Okay.
Now, when you talk about employee productivity, I must admit I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. In terms of the measurement of that productivity. So maybe, Andre, would you have observations about that?
I would just say that we've paid particular attention to that during COVID, because that was something we were measuring in terms of working at home, and we detected, a pretty high rate of continued productivity with that. But in the last year, I would say it's been mostly focused on ensuring we can deliver services through the COVID. And and I think it's fair to say we spent a lot of time in the last year on the employee experience, predominantly focusing on a lot of COVID issues, whether it was vaccinations, whether it was work from home policies. We just made a recent decision to delay the office workers from coming in from November 15th to January 4th. And I think it's fair to say that COVID has taken a psychological and health toll on everyone, Edmontonians, but certainly from an employer perspective, our staff. And I think the point is that notwithstanding that challenge, productivity has been really good. But we are talking now about, as we emerge out of COVID, how do we heal from COVID, and what other things can we do as employers to help our staff heal? And that's tied to productivity, I would say. But it's really, we're in an artificial year, I would say, given the impact of COVID on productivity, and something we probably have to get to as we emerge.
I would like to provide more information regarding my question, and is about from continuous improvement perspective and also from performance evaluation perspective. Do we have specifically a measurement and the in place or indicator in place, and how we measure that productivity? And because that is really the key factor impact our public perception and for the efficiency, for the program and the services efficiency. I think I'm out of time. I would love to follow up with you and for more clarification and information. And then another question, should I wait for the next time? Okay,
perhaps,
so I'll, yeah.
Just
okay,
There'll be a second round on this, so you can consider IC
okay,
if you
sure.
can wait.
Thank you.
But just quickly in response to that question, we track the productivity by sector. So, for example, you will hear from Development Services about their lessons learned on permitting and how they're counting and watching how many permits and what time it takes to get permits done. You will hear from Mr. Laughlin about infrastructure and lessons learned. So we're trying to instill a culture of learning from all these things everywhere, and we'll be able to brief you in each different sector of the city's services on all of that: transit, waste collection, everything. So we do track that. We can brief you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please? Sorry, Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
A point of order. I think Councillor Salvador.
Sorry,
hasn't
Councillor
spoken yet.
Salvador, I'll come back.
Apologies, late addition there. But I'm just wondering, you spoke to the COVID context for city employees and some of the challenges that obviously come with that. But I'm also curious, on the flip side, some of the flexibility that is associated with, work from home arrangements, especially from a GBA plus lens. Can you speak to some of that? And I guess the conversations that are happening about potentially moving forward with more flexibility?
Maybe I'll just quickly start by just saying that we've had lots of discussion about wanting to be very agile and not wanting to come back to work the same way we were when COVID started. And so we are moving towards models of flexibility in time and in times you have to be at work and not. And of course, we're also mindful of not it being the same experience for everybody across the city, but there are some employees that can't work from home, at least not yet with our technology, like bus drivers and firefighters. And so we're also conscious of the fact that we can't provide that agility to every single employee based on the jobs they do, but we're still striving to do that. And I'll just see if Kim wants to add some details.
Yeah. As Andre said, we start every conversation about remote work by saying 70% of our employees did not ever have the opportunity to work remotely. So just we want people to know that that's the breakdown. Of the 30%, though, Councillor Salvador, we do have a flex work program. It's pretty comprehensive. So there's a pilot period. It talks about things like ergonomics. It talks about worksite assessments. There are hybrid work schedules, so folks can work with their supervisor, provided it's operationally feasible to have a hybrid work schedule. And it's currently available to all out-of-scope folks, and we also have current LOUs with several of our unions allowing for participation in that type of an arrangement. Because of the recent public health orders, we haven't really been able to leverage the hybrid part of it. It's been really fully remote for quite some time, but we're excited about getting back into the workplace and then actually experiencing the hybrid nature of the program in early 2022.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I'll take the chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Our employees are the people who make our city move every day, and they need to be cherished, valued, and appreciated. So nice to see the presentation and the work that you're doing to support them. And we'll absolutely dig deeper as we go into some of the challenges that you have identified. I just want to follow up on Councillor Tang's question around the diversity in the workforce at every level. Do you have any aspirational goals over the next, say, 3-4 years where you want to be when it comes to diversity in the workforce?
So we have, I just want to be clear I understand your question. We have not set quotas or targets.
I don't think aspirational goals are about quotas or targets. I'm not saying, but you should have some idea where you want to be.
Yes, we do. And
Yeah.
if you, we will be talking about the art of inclusion with you tomorrow, which is our diversity and inclusion framework. And within that framework, it covers many aspects of our experience at the city. So I'll give you one example. When you're looking at a recruitment interview group, so who are you going to interview? One example would be to ensure there is diverse candidacy, different identities represented in the group that you're interviewing. So that would be an example of a goal that we are working toward in the recruitment process. We are looking at barriers. I'll give you a second example. Is the educational requirement actually connected to the job, or is it something where we've always thought a university degree is required for this work? So we're challenging ourselves to say, because by setting an educational requirement that's not directly connected to the work, you're imposing a barrier that will make it challenging for some folks from marginalized groups to be able to apply for that job. So we are looking at our processes writ large within our department to ask ourselves, are there barriers? Are there systemic issues and challenges that we can identify? And then what can we do to mitigate the barriers, resolve the issues? So if you're asking about that type of thing, that is absolutely something that we're undertaking.
No, I'm glad that you, sorry, Andre.
Sorry, I would just add, Your Worship, that aspirationally, we want to be more representative of what Edmontonians are and the population of Edmontonians. So we need to and we want to increase our diversity at the senior levels and all levels, and we look at that and we track it. And aspirationally, we have a lot more work to do. We want Edmontonians to see their senior leadership and say, yes, that represents Edmonton's population and cultures and different perspectives. And I would say that, you know, looking historically back, there was a push from in the same way to aspirationally look at gender equality, and we've clearly done some work on that.
Absolutely.
And we need to do more work on all aspects of diversity. But that's the answer to your question. Aspirationally, we want us to look like Edmontonians.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that that's what your goal is and should be. And when I look back, when I left this place in 2015, right, and I'm back here in 2021, the rooms on this side looks different, right? On that side does not look different, right? And it's not about individuals, so please do not take this in any way. We love you all. You do wonderful work, and we value and appreciate what you do, and you give your 100%. It's not about individuals. It's just making sure that our city is seen through this room should be that image and the mirror of what our community is. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, good. Thank you. Oh, I have 30 seconds, quickly one. How's your relationship with the unions? They represent the workforce, right? And I just want to get a sense on that.
So we're going to do a separate presentation on that this afternoon, Your Worship.
Yeah.
I would say good, but always difficult and challenging and respectful during collective bargaining.
Good, thank you. I'll move the second round, Councillor, right?
Second. Did you want me to return the chair to you?
No, you have to ask for vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, for the second round.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess go to a vote.
It's just coming up now.
Just waiting for Councillors Hamilton, Jans, and Paquette.
I'm a yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. And we have all the votes.
Oh, sorry. Display the votes, please. Thank you.
I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Can you show the list? Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
So I just have a few more follow-up questions. One of the things that you mentioned in your presentation was around, making sure that the sort of consequences are proportional to the severity of the behavior. And then you have another slide that talks about sort of impact versus intent. So my question to you is, who determines the proportionality in this process that we currently have in place?
So the behavior zones document is a foundational document that's used by the SDO, and even when matters don't go to the SDO, when they come directly to Labour Relations, Councillor Rutherford, and that document gives us the framework for making that assessment.
That's what I suspected, and so then I do, wonder about some of the zones and some of the behaviors under some of the zones, and that maybe is something that needs to be brought up at a different one, but it is flagging for me, especially around things like microaggressions, which could be seen as less severe, but the accumulation of them is severe. So just how do we, how is that reflected in this policy would be something that is flagging for me for sure.
So one of the things that Kelly quickly talked about, but that is definitely a factor, is the number. The history is the word she used, but for sure, I concur with what you just said. And it's not just the behavior itself. Is it a pattern of behavior? Is it a group of people exhibiting that behavior, for example, or is it a one-off? So those are all factors that would be taken into account in looking at the severity and at what the best solution might be to the challenge.
But to be clear, this policy is at the administration level, right? Is
Yes.
Okay. And then my other question is, when we have that square of self that you had, I love your visuals because I'm a visual person, so I can see it in my head. And there was one around inclusive. I had a question about what are the current practices that ELT uses to shore up your own biases?
So I can take it a stab, but there's a bunch of them here, so I'll let others jump in. One of the things I like about how ELT functions is that we are willing to describe the differences in our lived experience leading to different perspectives and opinions. And so for me, one of the key aspects of inclusivity is feeling like you can look at someone and say, with respect, I don't agree with you, I have a different perspective, or I see it differently, or I don't think we've thought of this. And for me, a fully inclusive conversation is one where people bring their self to the table and they trust those in the room enough to express a different view, a different opinion, a different perspective, or a different thought. So that's just one answer to that.
And I would add, part of my answer would be that we're training. So shortly after I got here, we did start on Indigenous cultural training of ELT, so that we could get a proper training and walk through exercises. And we need to do the same thing on unconscious bias training. And so we need to train as a leadership team in these things to make sure we're conversant with them and able to model the way, quite frankly. So
ELT did do, Councillor, anti-racist training as well. It was two days of training over 4 half days, and put on by Ellie. What's her? The Centre for Race and Culture, and it was very powerful training that we all engaged in.
And we also have a regular discussion with Indigenous elders, where we have a relationship with Indigenous elders here who speak with us and consult with us and give us knowledge and wisdom. And so, for example, when ELT was considering our decision regarding the Truth and Reconciliation Day of 30 September, that was highly informed by Indigenous elders who were very helpful in advising us on that.
Great. So I would just, as a final comment, say to remember, this is for all of ELT, especially as who are in the room, that the practice of inclusivity is continually self-reflexive. And so I hope that through this next 4 years, I see that self-reflection and that practice of inclusivity reflected even in the reports that are coming forward and what is in the GBA plus analysis and how comprehensive or not comprehensive currently, I would say my expectation is on them. But also as a collective, you're having those conversations about where we're not seeing our biases, where are those unconscious biases that we're not seeing, because while we've all identified you have some diversity and there's diversity of experience, diversity of education, there are some diversity factors that are not currently within your area. So how do you get those perspectives at the table? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe?
Hi there. So I don't have any questions now, but I do want to share a personal experience with you. I always, prior to being a counselor, I worked as a registered dental hygienist, and I was always worked as an employee. The office I worked for sold to a corporation, and I noticed a big shift. Suddenly, there were a lot of managers, people who didn't know me, who didn't know my work ethic, and it felt uncomfortable for me because prior I only had one manager, and I felt a connection with the manager. I felt like a very close working relationship, and so I just wanted to express that I feel that maybe we don't need as much middle management, possibly. That's something that we can look into. And I know speaking, Mr. Corbold had mentioned that the city is leading to a path of that, and that's great. I like to see that. And I just want, you know, from my perspective, being from someone who was always the employee, there's a lot to do with that relationship and that connection. And having too many managers above you, you lose that. You lose that perspective, that disconnection. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe I was actually, it was Councillor Rice next. For some reason, I got populated in before her.
Can you want to go ahead now, or are you going to, you want me to?
I would defer to Councillor Rice.
Okay, good, okay. Councillor Rice?
Anticipating asking questions next.
We'll go to Councillor Rice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my next few questions regarding to some voice and public brought up to us. And the one is about the employee number and for the city. So I'm not only look at employee number, so I would like to say employee number and operating budget. So for that operation budget, because that is actually tied to employee number, I would like to say in the past 3 years, so what is our operation budget and what is our employee number, like FTEs, and in terms to understand the public's concerns, voices regarding the city's employee numbers. And also I would like to say, and for the planning purpose, what's the next year, our FT numbers, and compared to our budget, operating budget. So that is one request, one question, information I would like to say. And because anything we respond to the public, we need proper information and for us to respond to them. And so the second one is regarding the management. I would like to say the information about the ratio and between the employees and the management positions. And because I understand in the public sector, we have certain ratio as a standard. And then in the public services, I would like to see our city's management and compared to the employee numbers. I think that is two information I would like to have. And so my next question about is about the implementation plan. And I do see lots of support, lots of programs, services, trainings, and to our employees to do the good job and to have good place to work. And then in the presentation, I didn't see the implementation plan specifically, and for some programs, some services we provided to our employees. And then it may not very clear, and to me right now, you may have already, and then, but not shown in presentation for the implementation plan. And for example, we can talk about career growth opportunity. What's the implementation we're in place right now to support our employees' career growth? And so also for the productivity, I asked the first questions, what's implementation? And we're in place right now, we have, and to support this productivity improvement.
So I'm just going to ask a clarifying question. When you talked about management, I assume you mean supervisors. We use different language at the city to describe different things, so I just want to be crystal clear. You're talking about ratios of employees to supervisors, correct?
Wider than that, I would like to say unionized and non-unionized.
That's a totally different thing.
Okay.
Because we have hundreds of unionized supervisors at the city. So when people talk about management, sometimes they mean unionized and non-unionized. Sometimes they mean people who are people leaders, people who supervise other people.
Okay.
So there are more unionized supervisors at the city than non-unionized. So 87% of our workforce is unionized, 13% is out of scope. So that's an easy number for me to give you. More complicated is the number of supervisors at the city, which includes many, many, many unionized staff.
Okay, so in this case, do you have like two numbers and one is
There's
management?
So
one is like non-unionized, and we can follow up later. And because I thought the time is almost out.
Yeah, we can certainly
Yeah.
provide all that information. Much of it is in the budget documentation with which DCM Padbury will provide to all the councillors. And the other answers are within the city auditor's audit on management and consultants as well, and supervisors. So we'll make sure that you have all that readily at hand, because all the answers are in that audit in particular.
Sure. Okay,
I
thanks.
think the another opportunity, I don't know if that's still available, is that when budget is released, council members can compile their questions, send them your way, then you answer those questions, then they come in a big kind of a booklet that is available to everyone to see. Is that practice still exist or not?
So, Mayor Sohi, that practice exists for the development of the four-year cycle. For the supplementary budget adjustment, we provide an opportunity for you to ask clarifying questions the week after the budget is released, and then leave the budget documents with you until budget deliberations. But we're always, sometimes we run information sessions that allow a greater amount of clarity to the supplemental budget process.
So there's no opportunity for council members to send you written questions, then you send back written answers to those questions that everyone get to see what those answers are to each of us?
The formal process of that involves building out the database is something that we generally only do 4 years in the 4-year development. Not that we wouldn't answer written questions, but the process that I think that you're referring to is the larger process that we have defined for the 4-year operating cycle.
Okay.
And just one final, just because you'll learn about me, I like to be very, very clear and crisp on my responses. So there is no master implementation plan. So every single thing we've talked about has a plan for implementation. It's part of how we do our project management at the city. So, for example, the Art of Inclusion, there are recommendations with an implementation plan. Every single piece of our work that's done as a project has a plan accompanying the project for implementation. But I cannot provide you, because there isn't, like one overall implementation plan. Any given initiative, any given project absolutely is accompanied by an implementation plan. So if you're interested in a plan in relation to any of the things we've talked about, so the expansion of the peer support network, that has an implementation plan underneath it. The rollout of mental health training, there's an implementation plan underneath it. But I do not have one, councillor, that's for the entire department, just to be clear.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just circling back a little bit, one of the things we heard is folks aren't seeing diversity in ELT or the rest of the management under ELT. And first of all, I would like to point out there's a lot of gender diversity. So, we should be acknowledging the things we do have. But I'm just, it doesn't slip by me that when talking about that, some people might feel uncomfortable, thinking like, well, what is council saying about my position and my security? And so I'm just wondering if there's a way to expand on that in a way that allows everyone to become part of this conversation instead of people starting to feel a little bit nervous.
Sorry, was that question for Administration?
Literally anyone can answer that, whoever feels most capable of taking on that response.
Yeah, I think it is very important for everyone in this room to understand, as I said earlier, you have done good work, and Councillor Paquette absolutely is right that we see more gender diversity in this room. That's absolutely phenomenal, and I don't know if still at 50%. That I don't know, but when I question about diversity of all types of diversity, it is never in a way that people who are in this room are not capable of doing what you do. You exceed, I would say, you exceed what is expected of you. So I want you to understand that. It's not about individuals. It is about making sure that we are moving toward that our city is seen to be in every aspect, whatever composition is.
Yep, we totally understand that, Your Worship, and we appreciate that, and, that's why, I stand by my answer, which is that we want every area of the city to look like the city.
Yeah, and we want everyone to be part of that solution.
Yeah.
Bringing people up, lifting people up.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And then the other question is a little more tricky, and it's about concept of merit. And a lot of folks might say, well, why are you even having this conversation? Doesn't merit naturally, get rewarded? Don't the best naturally rise to the top? And is this not a reflection of that? And I'm just wondering how you would respond to folks who come with that perspective.
So I can start on that. Merit is not an objective assessment. So what you think might be meritorious might be quite different from what I think is meritorious. And I think it's fair to say that most people like themselves and think that people like them are meritorious. So there's a real bias that can arise, implicit or not, in that kind of thinking. So instead of talking about merit, and I think Councillor Rutherford made this point, we want to talk about diverse voices because, so you could say the merit would be having as many diverse voices as we can at the executive table. That would be one way to say we would be a meritorious group because we have diverse identities at the table and have a variety of lived experiences. You could also say we're going to assess the merit of ELT by the number of letters behind everyone's name. And that's going to give you a totally different conception of what's meritorious. So I really feel like that concept is itself problematic because it has to be untangled and you have to articulate with clarity what you mean by that. And I just want to also quickly reference, at our ELT table, we've had the conversation with Andre's presence as well as prior to Andre's presence about the lack of some types of diversity at the table. So I don't feel like, speaking for my colleagues, that there is a nervousness about acknowledging that. It's a fact. And it's a challenge, and it's something we need to work toward balancing over time.
Yeah, thank you. It's not lost, I think, on anyone that just on the council side of things, we've had such a change, historic change, but it's, it was preceded by decades of women not seeing themselves at the table. And so they couldn't imagine that they actually were welcome to or had a place at that table. And we're also grateful for the unbelievable effort that went into changing those perspectives. And the results are here, and I think it's going to be phenomenal. And so that's kind of one of the challenges is that I think, and maybe you can speak to this some other time, but this idea that if people don't see themselves at the table, it's really hard for them to imagine that they can even aspire to it.
That's true, absolutely. I think research bears it out, people's lived experience bears it out. There's an enormous amount of gravity and weight attached to that recognition.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm out of time, and I actually exemplify the point I just made. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So around the conversation of connected city,
and I was looking for the slide, I can't pull that back up, but the comment was, and it started with every interaction essentially between a city employee and a member of the public, and there was 6 points on the circle, and it's really not that important. I have a collection of sort of disconnected thoughts that I want to offer you around that subject. The tension between empowerment for employees to solve problems in the moment versus their responsibility to report up and not stray from their particular path, to stay in their lane. So for instance, an occasion in one of my neighborhoods, one of the neighborhoods I represent, where people were putting up wayfinding signs earlier this year. And the sign's clearly incorrect. It points to say the bridge is that way when the bridge is that way. And it's pointed out by a citizen. And that person says, yep, but my job is to put up the sign. And they put up the sign, and then they come back 4 days later to fix the sign. That person didn't feel empowered to say, you know what, this is a waste of effort, I'm going to go back to my supervisor. Or that development officer that has the discretion, and I'm not picking on anybody, I'm just providing examples, that has the opportunity to approve an occupancy permit so a restaurant can get up and get open, and either does, but says you've got a couple of deficiencies to correct, or doesn't because you have a couple of deficiencies to correct. You know, and Councillor Knack brought up the question yesterday about waste collection and the lack of empathy to the person that is sitting there with a bin that's just a little bit over full, that might be full of diapers, that might be full of waste that they can't get rid of. You know, this collection of examples where it seems that people at the lower levels of the organization or the front-facing levels of the organization do not feel empowered to make the decision in the moment. And then layered upon that, when people say, all right, well, I will follow the process then to make my concerns known, and they contact 311, and respectfully, that's hit and miss. Sometimes that 311 concern is closed without any communication. Sometimes it's open without any communication. Sometimes it works. Sometimes they get connected to the person they want to be connected to. But as often as not, they don't. And that collection of circumstances leads people that I talk to in the neighborhood to say, well, I can't get a hold of the person I want to. When I do, they can't act. And there's this barrier between me and the organization that's called 311 that I can't communicate with the people I want to communicate with. So I know there's a lot packed into that. But what brought that to mind for me was this statement that every interaction, when quite clearly it's not every interaction. What are we doing to get to every interaction? Yeah, I think I'll answer that, Councillor. I mean, first of all, that's where we want to be on the empowerment side, and we're working towards that. What are we doing? Everything from, I'd say City Managers Employee Advisory Group, where we talk a lot about empowerment and where you feel empowered and where you don't feel empowered, giving people permission to do that. Also, making sure we empower the right things. We have employees that do things and feel empowered to do things, and then council asks us to change their mind or change it when they've done that. And so that can be a bit inhibiting for them as well. So it's a bit of a balance in terms of areas. For example, I would say in the area of communications, people would like to feel a lot more empowered, but we also have a responsibility to make sure our city communications are aligned with council's communications, particularly in this time of transition. And so there are times where we do have to tighten things up to make sure we're all properly aligned, but we're exploring ways to empower with tools. And I think the other thing is a lot of the ideas for empowerment are coming from the employees. So for example, with COVID, we were doing remote inspections with cameras and videos instead of doing on-site inspections. That was an employee-led idea and initiative. We had another one recently we celebrated where employees created a translator, a simple translator tool that could be used, and we jumped on top of that and we started distributing them. So that's where we want to be. Is it in every reaction? No. And we're striving to change that culture and move forward and provide that empowerment. Yeah.
Is there a collective risk aversion amongst the workforce that comes from interactions at council?
Ms. Armstrong mentioned that, a lot of people tune into these meetings that are, have it in a corner window on their desktop. Is part of that discussion, part of that relationship, does that lead to some risk aversion, would you say?
I think it does, yes. I know for a fact it has in the past. People have felt attacked by the conversations or the comments. I'm hopeful that's not going to be the case going forward, but that does have an impact, and there is some risk aversion. We have to just continually work at this and find examples of where people are empowered to take decisions and do things in line with what we're doing. I think what's going to be very helpful is the fact that, and it's still, I would say, in its infancy, but the fact that we have a city plan, and that city plan is very clear in terms of where we want to go and what we want to do. That in itself should be empowering in terms of how employees interact, because they understand the vision. Up until that city plan, it was difficult to see that shared vision of where we wanted to grow and be as a city. And so we often talk about Connect Edmonton and city plan in terms of a shared vision that we all have here in the city. And if you're working towards that vision, you should feel empowered to make decisions and get things done.
Well, insofar as how this discourse might model that behavior, perhaps we empower you, Mr. Courtauld, and your team to call us, or call me, when that language strays into the disrespectful, so that we maintain that decorum in this room at the very least.
Yeah, I can tell you that I have done that a couple times since I've been the city manager, and will continue to do so in a discreet way, but it's important, and we really appreciate the fact that this council in particular has really come to this point of collaboration. That really tones down the concern and stress for our employees who listen to these conversations, and I think they'll also be listening and appreciate how inquisitive you've been about our employee experience and what we're doing, and some of your experiences when you were employees.
Thank you.
And if I might add some specifics on your point about 311, if that's all right, Councillor. I think you're absolutely right. If at any point it's a barrier as opposed to an enabler of solutions, we've got things to fix. The most germane of those is that often a ticket is closed when it has been passed on to the place where it can be fixed, not when the fix is actually implemented. And that can be confusing to a citizen, and that is something that we need to communicate differently and remedy within our own system, and we're on it.
Thank you.
Can I just make one comment as well? I believe that the supervisor-employee relationship is the most important relationship in that employee's lived experience, more important than anything we do or with respect necessarily that you might do, because that's the person they see every day, and that's the person who can make their life wonderful or miserable. And so part of our focus is really on tripling down on the training and the supports for that level of supervisor, unionized or not. Irrelevant. If you are supervising another human being, you need to know, because if those people if that sign person and that waste collector, it's a bit about how you approach your work. It's how do you come to the table at work. And you can see the stories that we celebrate of the bus driver getting off their bus and going and helping someone with their groceries, right? And so it's attitudinal. There's something attitudinal there. And how can we get people to feel a connection between their work and the city they live in, and pride in their work, meaningful work, right? And so I do feel like there is a huge opportunity for us to continue to grow and learn and develop and support our people in that relationship and how it manifests in the workplace.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for all the presentations today and all the questions. Continuing on a little bit from Councillor Cartmel's piece. So you mentioned that council obviously plays a role in employee empowerment. Are there any specific conversations we still need to have? I mean, I think the one nice thing is you've got pretty much a brand new reset. So, I mean, anything that council used to do, well, there's only 4 of us who have been here the last little bit, so you can sort of forget. Everyone can sort of forget all of that because we're done with that. And we got a brand new council to hopefully already reset the empowerment piece. We haven't done anything that would discourage people from feeling empowered yet. Hopefully, we will only continue to empower people in the work we do. But is it through enterprise risk management? Are we going to sit down and have some conversations around that to make sure we have given that clear ability to let staff do what they need to do? Or do you feel like, I just want to make sure, is there a conversation point that needs to happen from council through clear direction, through clear policy or motions to make sure you have that authority?
I don't believe so, Councillor. I think the two most important things is that we get a sense of collaboration from council, and we know where you as a collective group want to go, and that's very helpful because it hasn't always been the case. And that really empowers us because we move forward in whatever that collective vision comes. And we have work priorities today, but they will change as we get direction from this council. The other part is just making sure we're super clear on the resources to do the jobs we have to do. There are lots of things that people are empowered to do, but they may not have necessarily all the resources to do. There's only so much traffic calming, for example, we can do in the city based on the number of chicanes and things that we have in our possession and are able to buy. And, you know, we found that last year where we were in crunch. So sometimes it comes down to resources and super clear on what, and that really reflects back on administration because we have to be very clear with council when we're assigned a certain number of resources for a particular initiative, what we can do with that and what we can't do with it, you know, based on those restraints. So that's, I think, part of our collaboration as a council and administration to make sure we're clear on what we can do with the resources you assign to us to get done for the city. Those are the two biggest things from my perspective.
And if I may add, Councillor, I think the psychological state of empowerment is two-way. We must create the conditions for it, absolutely. And employees need to feel able to accept the invitation to be empowered, which is why courage is the first of our leadership competencies. So we're working hard on that two-way street component as a cultural shift.
Yeah, and I don't want to ignore that. We've still got some work to do, but, you know, there are also some really, really good examples where, you know, I've recently had an employee come to me directly, emails me, met me for coffee, and had an idea about how we can have great efficiencies in an aspect of fleet management. And it was a really good discussion and one that he felt very open to discuss, and we're now working with management and other layers to explore that idea. It was a great idea. We have a lot of ideas that come from frontline employees that we have to listen to and empower because they're really good ideas and they know what they're doing. So do we do that in every instance? Probably not, but we want to encourage that and we want to continue to provide opportunity for doing that.
So maybe just a follow-up question on that, say that example. How do we make sure, because you have a million things to do yourself as a city manager, and so how do we make sure that if you weren't available to meet that person, or maybe it was going to be further out, how do we make sure that we've got a process in place where they know that they can say, so that they did, for some reason they felt the need to reach out to you to get that idea through. Which it's so good that you did, and glad to hear that you're working on it, but that also would suggest to me there's something somewhere else that might need to be addressed. So how do we make sure we're doing it there?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I can't do that with 13,000 employees for sure. Having said that, each time I've done it, what I have also done is followed up with, okay, where did it get stopped in the first place, and how do we empower that individual or person or whoever it was to feel more, empowered to make the decision, get on with it. So I kind of follow it and analyze it. The other thing is, what I like to do is not make the answer come from the city manager and say, okay, you call the city manager and he sorted it out. I like for the positive answer to go through the immediate supervisor, so that it's the supervisor who's experiencing that permission to get on with it and do it. Now, there are some times that we just have to say we can't do that, and there's policies and other things. But we should always be able to talk about those circumstances. And then the last thing I would say is that for me, the city manager's employee advisory group has been very eye-opening to me as a relatively new city manager, because it's a group of 20 employees that are frontline for the most part and are giving us not just their perspective, but the perspective and the feel of their colleagues who extend out. And it's very helpful to understand. And then we talk about them at ELT, and we talk about them with branch managers. So every 3 or 4 weeks, we extend, it's not just ELT in a room, we're in ELT with all of the branch managers having a discussion. And then sometimes we have groups of ELT members and branch managers and directors and supervisors. And so to me, that's opportunities where you flatten the organization for a period of time to make a point and to provide a good example, and then give people empowering opportunities to move forward. So,
excellent. Yeah. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I do have a few comments. Can you take the chair, Councillor Wright?
I'll take the chair.
Looking at this sheet that you gave us, right? When I look at the orange and red zones and the behaviors under those zones, those are pretty inexcusable, unacceptable behaviors, right? And I hope that you feel empowered to make sure those behaviors do not exist in our workplaces. And if they do exist, you have a very strong stance to root them out, right? I hope that you feel empowered from this group to do so. Yes, there's structure you have to follow, there's agreements and all that you have to follow, right? But I hope none of our employees are exhibiting those behaviors, because that will be absolutely unacceptable and something that we should not be tolerating.
So I agree, Your Worship, and I can say, without getting into specific details, we have terminated employees for some of those types of things. But it does happen from time to time, and that's where we've got a system to catch it, and we have to deal with it.
Okay, I just want, and from my perspective, those are unacceptable things in our workforce.
We agree.
Okay, thank you. Cool. Thank you so much, and thank you for all the good work you're doing, everyone, and to everyone who's listening. If you need to know this body that you have elected and the body that your governing body, we appreciate what you do for the city and how you show up for Edmontonians every day, particularly during these last 20 months when we have gone through so much anxiety and isolation. So we appreciate what you have done and what you continue to do for us and for Edmontonians. Yeah. We'll probably take a break.
Did you want me to return the chair to you?
Yes.
Return.
I took that opportunity without even. Okay, all right. So we'll be back at 1:30. Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order. Let me see. We have a couple of things for kind of housekeeping, for agenda changes that we discussed at the Agenda Review Committee this morning. These are just committee schedule changes to accommodate schedule for one particular committee. And so we would like to add item 6.3, council calendar changes, and the motion be that item 6.3, council calendar changes be added to the November 1st to 5th, 2021 City Council agenda.
Second.
So who moved it?
So
I
moved.
moved it? Andrew, you moved it?
Yes, I moved it.
Yeah. And Councillor Cartmel seconded it. So please vote. Oh, Councillor Paquette? Oh, sorry. It's all right. Yeah. And please vote. I
An
can't
affirmative
see.
from me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I don't see. Yes, submit.
Perfect. Just waiting for councillors, sorry, just waiting for Councillor Rice.
Okay.
Perfect. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. They are carried. Now I read this council calendar changes into the,
Yes, please.
okay. All right, so that the order of the day for November 9th, 2021 Urban Planning Committee meeting be changed to adjourn at 10 a.m. Huh? Is that?
That's for November 9th to accommodate the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting.
Oh, I see, okay.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair, just to be really picky, we haven't moved to bring this item forward yet, because I don't think this is time specific. So I'm just going to move to bring item 6.3 forward.
Oh, yes, yes. Second? Councilor Cardinal, you second that?
Second.
Good, thank you. Please vote
We
to
can
bring
take
this item forward.
We could take unanimous consent as well if you wish.
It's okay, it's showed up here.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. Councilor Naki, want to make this motion?
Sure, I've got it open here, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move that the orders of the day for the November 9th, 2021 Urban Planning Committee meeting be changed to adjourn at 10 a.m. Number 2, that an Emergency Advisory Committee meeting be scheduled on November 9th, 2021 from 10 a.m. to noon. Number 3, that the orders of the day for the November 15th, 2021 Urban Planning Committee meeting be changed to 9:30 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. Number 4, that the orders of the day for the November 15th, 2021 Community and Public Services Committee meeting be changed to 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Number 5, that the November 24th, 2021 Utility Committee meeting be rescheduled to December 9th, 2021 from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Second.
Okay, any questions on this? If not, oops. Then please vote. Oh, there are questions? Sorry.
I have a question.
Okay, just hold on then. Okay, there we go. Can you show the list, please? I don't see the list. I don't see, okay. Councillor Wright?
I just have a question in regards to the motion which I don't have up in front of me, but it did say to change the community services meeting to 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Is it from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
Yep.
With the-
Community and Public Services meeting be changed from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yeah. Bullet number four. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's reading be changed to 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Oh, for the whole period. I'm sorry. I thought it was from one time to another. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Jens?
Yeah, just wondering about the rationale for moving utility item number 5 from the 24th to the 9th.
I believe there might be budget implications with that one. I'm not sure if there was anything else discussed at Agenda Review Committee.
Mayor Sohi, if I may.
Yeah.
There was essentially administration's not quite ready to put the reports onto that agenda, so they need a bit more time.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Cartmill. Cool. Anyone else? Cool. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Thank you so much, everyone, for accommodating this change in schedule. And we're back to our administration. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Pleased to be here to provide an overview of integrated infrastructure services and its evolution since the department was created in 2016. And joining me are 4 of the branch managers in our department: Bruce Ferguson, Craig Wabaum, Pascal Ladisseur, and Jason Malifsta. The other member of our leadership team, Tom Lumsden, couldn't be with us today. He's the development manager for Blatchford, and we're working on planning an information session for council the week of November 15th. So stay tuned for that. So if we can go to the next slide. So the department, which I'll refer to as IIS, goes a little quicker when I do that, contributes to all 4 of the strategic goals of Connect Edmonton: healthy city, urban places, regional prosperity, and climate resilience. The work of the department through infrastructure delivery and project and asset management contributes to the goals set out in the city plan. And the department works closely with financial and corporate services to develop the 4-year capital budget and to operationalize the corporate business plan. Next slide. IIS, as I said previously, is the building department. Our goal is to deliver projects that are on time, on budget, but more importantly with purpose, to meet community needs and carry out council's vision for a growing city. We're committed to championing greater consistency in project management and working to inspire trust among citizens and council. Within the organization, stronger project management processes are enabling the alignment of citizens' views and needs with the actions of business partners who operate and maintain city assets. We take an integrated approach to life cycle and asset management with the goal of maximizing benefits, managing risk, and providing service to community in a sustainable manner. Next slide. So over the next series of months, you'll see a few touch points with IIS. I think most notably will be the upcoming supplementary capital budget adjustment, which we work closely with our folks from Finance and Corporate Services. You'll also see some information reports that'll be coming throughout the next 90 days, and some of them you'll see are policy decisions of council related to different policies that are in place that permit construction projects to proceed, like the River Valley bylaw, completing environmental impact assessments, etc. So that's what you're going to see over the next few months. In today's presentation, if we can go to the next slide, we're going to provide a bit of an appreciation for you, hopefully an appreciation for you of how we became a department. And again, just started in 2016. The the principles and the key outcomes that guide our work. We'll share information about performance measurement and hearing from you that that may not be landing with folks. We'll do our best to share what our performance is and how we're reporting that. We'd like to really spend a bit of time talking about the with purpose and some of the significant city shaping projects, that just highlighting a few of them. And then finally, we do have an update, an in-private update related to the Valley Line Southeast that once questions are completed on this presentation, we would recommend to move into private and we can deliver an update on that project. Next slide. So the journey of IIS, as I said, started in 2016, and it was created with the support of post-secondary experts in the field of project management, industry partners, engagement with council and the public. And prior to its creation, different departments managed the different types of infrastructure. For example, there was a transportation department, and that transportation department managed only the transportation-related infrastructure. A separate area led facility-based work, and a third area led the development of parks and open spaces. This approach meant inconsistencies in project delivery, inconsistent approaches to project management, and different approaches related to project reporting and budgeting, including, in some cases, not reporting on project performance. Under IIS, capital budgets have evolved and are informed by fully developed business cases supported by design work. This approach places greater emphasis on the develop phase of the project, which is essentially the concept planning and we use different terms, but preliminary engineering, for example, which is a proven industry-wide approach that yields better outcomes for the most important part of the significant scope, budget, and schedule implications, which are on the construction side. There is also a greater level of transparency and risk mitigation, and the projects delivered are delivered with an integrated capital model where it considers the corporate needs versus an individual department needs. Next slide. So over the next few slides, I'd like to walk you through the department's focus as we've evolved and our key outcomes of integration, enhanced project oversight, and project management excellence. Next slide. First, I'd like to set some context on the scope and scale that we're talking about. Over the past 4 years, IIS has averaged nearly $1 billion in capital spend annually, and that's through an average of 400 projects per year. That's a very ambitious capital program that was set by council to maintain the existing infrastructure we have, provide infrastructure to support a growing city, and complete the necessary transformational projects to improve our city. Even through the pandemic, the 2020 capital expenditure was close to $1 billion, and we're expecting it will be the same for 2021. A shout out to our industry partners throughout the pandemic. They've really stepped up to deliver in a time where public health was a concern, and they did very well in managing the risks associated with that. Next slide. Regarding the outcome of integration, it's been a major factor in helping us move forward with a more consistent development and delivery approach. Having earlier consideration of life cycle management, sustainability improvements, and strategic outcomes and policies, we've benefited from coming together as one project rather than a series of projects. As a collective team, we use our knowledge, innovation, and creativity to deliver projects that achieve or exceed expectations. What you see here is a typical life cycle of an infrastructure project, starting at strategy and working its way through to operations. Typically, a project begins in the strategy phase, and at this stage, we work with our business partners, our clients, if you prefer that. At this stage, we would work with our colleagues in urban planning and economy, for example, but it could be other business areas or even external parties like the library, to develop that business case, to get to a point where it's a clear understanding of expected outcomes from the business case, so that we could then transition into the concept planning. From there, IIS then assumes the work from concept through build, or through the design into build. Once the project is complete, we then transition over to our business partners that animate, operate, and maintain the infrastructure. Typically citizen services for facilities, but again, it could be externals like the Edmonton Public Library or Edmonton Police Services, and city operations for parks, roads, and bridges. Next slide. Another key outcome is the enhanced project oversight. And in 2017, we developed essentially the most important process for our department, which is called the Project Develop and Delivery Model. We refer to it as PDDM. So I recall someone asking for an acronym breakdown. You'll hear us say PDDM a lot, and that's the mechanism we use in our department. What that is shorthand for governance of the capital projects. And so when we brought that process to council in 2017, we didn't anticipate that we would be developing a council policy for our approach to capital project delivery, but council was supportive of it to the point where they asked us to go back and create a policy so that this system that we use to deliver capital projects would extend beyond that particular council. So we went in with a bit of an information, and from that discussion with council, we came out with direction to create a policy so that it was set and clear for council. This approach outlines a structured development and review of projects in order to ensure readiness at key checkpoints, which I'll go through in a moment, as well as the allocation of funding for planning and design prior to full project approval. Next slide. So how that breaks down from a checkpoint perspective, and taking a moment to walk through this. Again, the strategy business partner would lead the work in the strategy phase, and that's up to checkpoint 1, which is authorization for project initiation. So it's taking an idea through a business case and authorizing an initiation to develop into the concept, design, and build phases. Again, IIS would lead the concept, design, and build phases, but staying connected with our business partners that develop the strategy and also operate or maintain or animate the infrastructure. So they're involved throughout. In terms of council's touch points, your involvement in this is right at the start. Confirmation of what those priorities are, so approval of those projects based on the business cases, and that'll be a large part of the 23 to 26 discussion we have with council around the capital budget. And it would be at what we call checkpoint 3. And checkpoint 3 is a point in time along this process where we've gotten to a clearer understanding of scope, schedule, and budget, and again, reinforcing the purpose of the project, for council to approve the next phase of the project delivery. And that is the most risk, I won't say risky, but it comes with the most risks in terms of that next phase. And the reason we do a check-in at checkpoint 3 with council is to ensure that we're clear on scope, schedule, budget, and that the risks are clear for council before approving that, the most sort of significant cost element of the project, which is the construction component. As you've heard Ms. Padbury say, the capital budgets are 4-year capital budgets. We do use the supplementary capital budget adjustments to make adjustments at that checkpoint 3 point for projects, and that will typically happen at the spring and fall supplementary capital budget adjustment timeframes. The idea behind this is that the capital budget is a rolling type of budget, and it's not necessarily set in stone. If at checkpoint 3 with a particular project, council isn't comfortable with the scope, the schedule, or the risks of the project or the budget, they can choose to either cancel the project, defer the project, or that's basically the two things. So if we can go to the next slide. On this slide, the final outcome, project management excellence, we follow the Project Management Institute and continually focused on maturing our project management excellence at the city. And that's done through the training framework that we've developed, which creates consistency in the approach that we take from a project management perspective. The Project Management Reference Guide, which is essentially the guide that informs how all of our capital projects will advance from a tool perspective. The Project Management Information System, which is the technical system to support project management and helps with our performance reporting. And then through continuous improvement efforts, we use maturity assessments to gauge where we're at with the individual areas within our department. And we typically use the 5-point spectrum on project management maturity to inform steps that are required for enhanced training framework or different initiatives that we need to undertake to enhance the maturity. Next slide. So I'd now like to turn our attention to a critical part of our business, which is the project reporting and performance measurement. This reporting is done quarterly and provides accountability and transparency for all of our projects. It also allows for more agile reactions, better decision-making, and better overall project management. The performance data is posted on the Building Edmonton webpage, and there is a link there that will take you to that site. On that site, what you'll see is all of our capital projects, both in the planning and design stage, the develop stage, and the delivery stage, the construction phase, essentially the construction phase. We also provide this through a connection to this through our quarterly updates. We provide a quarterly memo on the performance of our capital program. And this information has evolved from spreadsheets and point-in-time updates on the website to a very interactive way to search and filter the projects that we're undertaking on the website. All projects are posted on the site, as I've said, and that does include planning and design projects, something that I think we're a leader in ensuring folks are aware that these are the projects that we're planning and designing. And each project has a dedicated page with its description, status, key point, which is the contact information of the local project manager on that project, schedule and budget, as well as photos and or the location of the work. If we can go to the next slide, we'll continue with that. This is sort of a snapshot of what it looks like, and you can see a few green check marks, some yellow and red check marks. This is essentially where you get your information related to on time and on budget for our project, as well as details at the project level. So you can go in and click on any of those projects, and it'll give you a project description and some of the details that I mentioned on the previous slide. It's a visual source for how we're managing our projects throughout the cycle of a project, and just one of many ways that we're trying to share information, the most up-to-date information, with Edmontonians on what is happening in and around our city. We've provided a few bullets on the slide there of other ways, and one of the learnings from yesterday's session is how do we make sure that this is getting out there? It's been a constant effort for us to make sure that it's clear to folks that this is available, but obviously from the feedback, we've got more work to do, and we're excited to work with you on doing that. Next slide. So as we move into performance, I referenced PDDM, and we've been in a bit of a transition through this budget cycle of 2019 to 2022. And in this transition, we've been moving from what we call legacy projects that didn't follow the project develop and deliver model to projects that are following the PDDM. 2020 was a big year for transition for us, in that 76% were the PDDM projects. And what you can see on this slide is that the performance of those projects increases when we use the PDDM process to ensure that we are talking about scope, schedule, budget, and ensuring council's comfortable with those risks as we go into these projects. Next slide. Looking more specifically at our current performance, we'll first focus on how we are performing on current projects. The reporting here aligns with the overall reporting presented on the Building Edmonton website and the reports to council that I mentioned earlier in terms of the quarterly memos that we provide. Again, updated on a quarterly basis, and the graphic here provides a further breakdown of the current performance, 92% on budget, 80% on time for all projects being developed and delivered. This reflects performance of all capital profiles as of June 30th, which is the end of second quarter. And again, you'll get an update on the third quarter coming up within the next few weeks. As you can see from the top left, 90% of the projects in develop, which is the concept and design phases, in the second quarter of 2021 were within a threshold that we've set for budget, 90%, and for delivery, 94% of those projects are within that budget tolerance. As noted on the slide, it's acknowledged that by the internationally recognized Project Management Institute that a benchmark for high performance on projects is 80%. And so comparatively, from a project performance perspective, the stats prove that we are in good standing as it relates to comparable industries. Infrastructure projects come with many complexities. Iterative design based on public engagement, market conditions, supply chain issues, some that we're experiencing right now, contractor performance, unforeseen technical challenges, and many others. Some of the returning councillors will have heard me say a number of times that infrastructure is not an exact science. It comes with many challenges in being able to deliver these complex projects. With these complexities, it's difficult to expect that we would be 100% on time and 100% on budget, and that would be true of any organization. To attain 100% performance, you would have to make sure that you provided very conservative schedules, and you would have to essentially build in significant contingencies in your budget, which would reduce the opportunity to advance as many projects as we'd like to advance in the city. Next slide. So certainly the measurements are very important, and we take great pride in our ability to deliver, but the most important part of what we do is we build projects with purpose. Engagement with citizens and telling our story is a fundamental building block for IIS. It helps to inspire trust with our stakeholders, council, and Edmontonians. Just like to share a few highlights, and these are just snapshot pictures. We could probably provide you many more pictures of the great work that our folks have done. But when the province announced the municipal stimulus program in 2020, the City of Edmonton was allocated $115 million. Our project teams had to think outside of the box on how to deliver these projects in a very short amount of time. The majority of these projects, I think we're at the 95% range, are complete or very close to completion. And this was under extremely tight timelines provided by the province based on the municipal stimulus program. In doing that, we totally appreciate and empathize with the impacts that has from a user's experience, an Edmontonian's experience, in that there's a lot more construction out there. And when we're delivering $1 billion worth of infrastructure, there's bound to be some pinch points, some impacts to their commute, and some delays in their commute. So we're conscious of that. We're alive to that, and we work really hard to ensure that we do our best to minimize that. The MSP program, from sort of a scope perspective, focused on industrial road upgrading, and I'm really pleased to report, because this has been a legacy issue for us, that there are some industrial roads that, as part of annexation, have remained gravel. And through this program, we were actually able to advance a method to pave them using this municipal stimulus program. And I do believe, and folks here will correct me if I'm wrong, that we're able to get to every industrial road that is gravel. So this is a huge milestone for us, and certainly helps from an economic perspective. From an open space perspective, 6 playgrounds and From a naturalization perspective, we're planting 1,500 trees and 20 hectares of naturalization. Neighborhood renewal is in the final stretch of another busy year, and that busy year will continue again next year. Work was delivered in 8 residential and industrial neighborhoods throughout the city. Again, using the MSP program, we were able to advance some of the work that was scheduled out further from a program perspective. As you know, some of you shared it yesterday, the North Saskatchewan River Valley is a very special place. And we've been working as an interdepartmental team to complete the concept design work on the Touch the Water Promenade. Very excited about this project. I hope Council is as well. It reimagines the central riverfront along the north bank of the North Saskatchewan River as a new, accessible, public outdoor space for many types of people, abilities, and activities. Since the kickoff in 2019, the project team has completed 3 phases of Indigenous, public, and stakeholder engagement, a wide variety of initial environmental and technical studies, and worked through multiple design iterations to arrive at a final concept. The last picture on this slide is of the Duggan Bridge on Saskatchewan Drive between 106th and 107th Street. The new bridge, budgeted at $12 million, was delivered on time and opened to the public last week on schedule. Next slide. Whether through our asset management, planning and design, or delivery groups, there is a story in all of the services we provide. There is a purpose behind all the work we do. We are building the spaces and the infrastructure that ensure Edmontonians feel that they belong, have opportunities to thrive, have better access within the city, and feel at home. In the first picture, you see the Imagine Jasper Avenue project, which will help reestablish Jasper Avenue as a main street. Wider sidewalks, new seats and benches, trees and shrubs, new street and pedestrian lighting, and full reconstruction of the roadway. The first segment between 109th and 114th Street is complete, and it was intentionally staged in advance of the West Valley Line project. I will note that this was completed ahead of schedule, along with phases of Jasper Avenue New Vision as well. The 45-year-old Mutard Conservatory underwent significant rehabilitation recently so that this iconic Edmonton landmark could once again welcome back visitors. Enabled by PDDM, the project was completed both on time and on budget, costing a total of $13.3 million. There was significant effort to plan for contingencies and risks relating to the sensitive nature of the plants and the exhibits. Early in the process, we hired a construction manager to help us with design choices, the need to protect some of these plantings, and ensuring that we were planning it right before we got into that heavy phase of the construction implementation. A final example, and one that's pretty close to the department, is the Queen Elizabeth Planetarium. When we formed the department, there was a rehab program that was identified to go in and renew this infrastructure, go in and upgrade the infrastructure. But it was a learning for us in that we didn't really scope out with our business partners, or it hadn't been done, around exactly what you would like out of this facility. So we paused the renewal program. We engaged TELUS, we engaged our partners in community rec facilities, and we developed the scope of the program and linked it with the renewal plans so that we essentially went in there once and we developed an outcome that was supported by our business partners and those that are using it, specifically the TELUS World of Science and the Royal Astronomical Society. So these are just a few examples of, I think, the most important part of our department, which is building with purpose, in alignment with city plan, specifically transformational projects, and maintaining our infrastructure to ensure that we're taking care of the assets that we have. And we continue to anchor our work in our corporate promise of working together, aligned with City Council. We enable a better life for all Edmontonians. Next slide. Shifting ahead, we had the opportunity to listen yesterday, and thank you for that. And you shared some feedback that you received through your election campaign. I just want to reaffirm that we heard you. We are listening and learning with you over these sessions and the remainder of these sessions. We'll absolutely continue to engage with you, your offices, the citizens of Edmonton, and as we continue to deliver on what is a very ambitious capital program. So just to close, this is a lot of information for you this afternoon. The capital program is extensive. Understand that you'd have additional questions. And everyone at this I guess it's not a table, but this presentation forum is more than happy to sit down with you and talk with you about the specific projects in your ward. And I just want to say that they're extremely proud of the work that they do and the service to Edmontonians. They take it very seriously when they hear the comments related to performance. They take it to heart, and they work very hard to ensure that we're not only delivering on the performance, but we're meeting the needs of Edmontonians. I've rambled on enough. I thank you, and we're all available to answer any questions you have.
No, thank you, Adam, and thank you for your last comment as well, because our intent is also to make sure that through questioning, we work with you and encourage you to always excel, right? So it's constructive from our point of view as well, right? So thank you for mentioning that. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Sorry, I keep jumping to the top of the queue. I was after Councillor Tang.
Okay, then I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a good system in case you ever need to get to the top. Again, I just wanted to say thank you and for doing this presentation. I think I said it when I brought it up, is that quite frankly, I felt a little defensive too, because, I even hear at the door still of people talking about how every project is behind schedule and over budget. And I think, we still have to work on the communication. I'll get to that question later, but I appreciate you doing this so that everyone can be aware of just the transformative change that has happened in the city that started back in 2015 through some audits and some pretty hard challenges to go through. So appreciate all the work. So a few questions. First, you mentioned the Project Management Institute in your presentation about what they would typically see as a benchmark. Encouraging to see what they would reference and that we're achieving that. I think part of the challenge is that no other city really does this. So we don't have a lot of benchmarks against other cities. So you can't go to building.calgary.ca and see what they're doing. I don't know if any other city is doing quite like what we're doing when it comes to a public website like this, or are there examples that?
There are some examples. I think when we first started down this journey, New York was one that we referenced, and we used a lot of their information as the starting point and gradually evolved into what you see today. But just a comment that Ms. Armstrong made earlier, the apples to apples comparison, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe we're the only municipality that reports to this degree on projects that are in design, in concept planning, and delivery. And so the scale of information that's shared through great feedback from council is much greater than other municipalities from what we've been able to see. And so no, you can't go to Calgary and find similar information because their reporting may be very different in that they just report on the actual construction projects, just the in the field work, not all of the projects that are underway.
And I have found, and you can confirm this, that if we do find examples of other best practices that might be even better, that you want to hear about them, you want to be made aware of them, so that we can continue to enhance our public reporting. Is that correct? Absolutely.
One of the key principles of our business model with an IIS is continuous improvement. And that isn't just on, well, a big part of it's on the project management, but it's in all facets of project management, which include the reporting.
Yeah, because I think back to a few different examples, but probably the more recent one is the change to break out things like the projects that are being done under the PDDM model from the overall. And I think part of it was so that we could show people how that has started to help and make a difference in the area. I think one of the other questions I had is, while not in this presentation, when we get our quarterly reporting at council, you do break out projects by sort of size. We break out our significant capital projects because another criticism that can sometimes come up is that, oh, well, your performance is so high because you're including all of the small projects that are $100,000, but it's all the big ones that are not. And in fact, you break out those results to report to council, and what we've typically seen over the last 5 years is pretty steady performance even amongst the significant capital projects. Is that fair?
That's correct. Actually, there's two ways that we do it, through the quarterly memo, but also working with Ms. Padbury's team on the quarterly financial updates. The threshold that we have in there in terms of projects that are reported through that report is $20 million and up. So what you're seeing through the memo and through the quarterly financial update is the performance of our capital projects, and specifically in that quarterly financial update, it's $20 million and up.
Great. Another question I have, just something that's come up over the years, is the concern about, is council moving the goalposts by changing dates? And you actually provided a memo back in February that talked about how many projects since the overhaul have actually had a change in the approved schedule, so that we're not just, council's just not saying, oh, this project's behind schedule, let's change the approved date, and therefore it's back on schedule. So if I remember correctly from that letter or that memo, it was, there's only been 10 schedule changes amongst the now over 1,000 projects over the last 6 years or something along that lines. Does that sound familiar?
It does. I'd like to be able to say you are bang on, but I just apologize.
It might be
I
worth
can't remember.
recirculating that letter just so we all have reference to that as well.
Absolutely,
yeah.
I can, yeah.
I'm out of time, and I know those are a lot of the questions about how great are we doing, but I will come back in the second round and ask about some of the improvements, particularly around communication. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I guess I want to build on Councillor Knack's question around that PMI metric. Just to confirm that 80% is for public sector.
No, that's actually a broad definition, so it
Okay.
considers multiple sectors.
Okay, well, that's great. Yeah, I guess my follow-up to that, which I think you answered, is how do we compare to private sector as well? And one comment I often hear is that, it is also fairly common, in the private sector for project management, that it's very difficult to reach that 100% on budget and on time.
I would love to say how we compare to private sector, but what you typically get in private sector is not sharing to the same degree
Absolutely.
that we share. We're a public body, so absolutely we share, but private sector, they're not compelled to. So,
Yeah.
But I'd love to be able to figure out a way to do that
Yeah.
comparison.
Question about renewal. And I'm not sure if we have any more presentations after this. Maybe you will get into some of the details, but I figure I'll ask now. Just in terms of the prioritization kind of process to figure out which neighborhoods are kind of on that list every year, can you just briefly summarize how that process goes? And I'm also curious, is that process static? Once you've made that decision, that's it for the next 4 or 5 years? Or can some of changes in other infrastructure, for example, delay in Valley Line LRT, affect how we might prioritize some neighborhoods?
It's a great question, and what I'm going to do is ask Ms. Ladouceur and Mr. Walbaum to tag team on this, because decisions are related to asset management, which is in Ms. Ladouceur's shop, and then Mr. Walbaum delivers on the Building Green Neighborhoods program.
So the neighborhood renewal program starts, like all of our renewals, to be determined with a list of assets based on our condition assessment of their physical condition, and then we overlay multiple layers of other filters and consideration to determine an initial list of priorities. And so those initial lists will be done on a four-year time frame to inform the capital investment outlook. And so this is something that we're currently active on so that it can inform the 2023-2026 capital budget. Now, this initial list is then reviewed, and I'll pass it along to Mr. Walbaum to talk about the process that his team goes through to inform things like programming, determining geographical locations, what would make sense to do when, and that kind of informs then the program that his team would take on. But I think an important piece is that it's always in review. And so we are always working with our colleagues across the city, maintenance and operations, understanding how the infrastructure is perhaps degrading quicker than expected, perhaps impacted by other things, so that we are reviewing the investment on a yearly basis to understand if there are neighborhoods that need to move forward or elements in the neighborhood that need to move forward. And so that asset management approach is really the basis, but then I'll let Craig talk about the rest of the elements.
And there's lots of details that could be had. Maybe I'll just add context that while we're exploring the timing of when we're going to go in, as Ms. Ladisser talked about, roads are continuing to degrade. So sometimes by the time we get there before we work, we realize that we should take a different approach. I think I heard historically too that sometimes we'll change timing. That comes with the scale and scope of the project sometimes, where we want to do more construction. We realize it's degraded more. What we are trying to do and being intentional with is setting our timeline and looking at coordination with other projects, so we're not on top of each other, as it were, as well as looking at those conditions in combination. So we've done a little bit more thorough job, and we're continuing to progress on aligning with other projects, both growth and renewal, to optimize opportunity, but also be careful about how dense we are in one area versus another, and how much constraint we put on the public to do that. So maybe I'll leave it there if that answers the question.
Yeah, somewhat. And I have a couple other, so I'll leave it for my second round. But I guess where I was going with that is sometimes, with the LRT construction, for example, heavy equipment goes through the certain neighborhoods. That's not on the docket for the next 4 years. But after a very prolonged major project going on, the neighborhood is just in worse shape than maybe initially kind of assessed. And so that's why I'm wondering how much that changes. But I'm out of time. Thank you.
Regular assessments along the way. And as part of major projects adjacent to those neighborhoods, any damage would be repaired by that major project in consideration of the future renewal program.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. So actually picking up from there, I'll start with a question just around coordination. So appreciate your point about trying to not be on top of each other. I know that there was previously an initiative around stewarding great neighborhoods that looked to coordinate infrastructure upgrades across the city. So just wondering if you could speak to, first of all, sort of the approach. I think the model of coordinating on a project-by-project basis is very strong. But if we look at a geographically specific area, for example, the downtown, just sort of how the coordination happens between those different projects. And of course, recognizing that there's city-led projects and then other agencies such as EPCOR. So just maybe the general approach and maybe some initiatives that you're taking in that regard.
So it does require constant coordination, and especially when you get into the higher density locations where the space available is significantly less. And when you consider some of the areas, the age of the infrastructure also informs that. So you mentioned EPCOR, other utilities that may have their own renewal requirements or upgrade needs that does require a lot of coordination. So our folks do very much coordinate as much as possible with externals to inform decision and timing. And that's, again, kind of the ideology behind that develop phase before you get into the heavy construction delivery phase. We also work closely with Mr. Sebrick's area, Parks and Roads, around just the space that's available from a road authority perspective. And quite often there's a lot of discussion related to, you're on this road, you can't be on that road. You need these parallel routes available because you're on constructing on this road. So there is a lot of coordination, but at times, and I think this was a bit of the issue, that the concern that we had downtown is that, just back to the exact science, not all projects go according to plan. And when you program and plan, we are doing it years out. Jasper Avenue was planned prior to Valley Line West. Unfortunately, Valley Line Southeast is late, and so we have an overlap of construction. But if we miss the opportunity to carry out the Jasper Avenue improvements, it would be 6 or 7 years before we could have carried them out if we waited for Valley Line West. So there are some impacts, obviously, when things don't go exactly according to plan. And our method to mitigate that is to communicate as much as we can.
Great, thank you. You know, I appreciated the slide in terms of the council check-in points. Although interesting for me, again, as an urban planner and you know, others I know on city council maybe coming with a similar lens, there doesn't seem to be a check-in point around design or concept design. I can understand some of the challenges in doing that, but just wondering what's an effective way for a councillor to be involved in some of those finer details?
During design development? Yeah.
Just in terms, it didn't seem to me that there was a formal check-in point with council as a body in terms of the concept design. It seemed to be typically just around sort of project initiation and then the budget decisions. But just wondering about, yeah, I mean, I really appreciate your department's focus on purpose and just thinking of the role that council can play in helping to provide clear direction on that purpose, because I appreciate there can be tensions. So, you know, imagine Jasper Avenue, I think is a great example in terms of local community having a very different perspective than other communities that make use of that space.
Yes, and we had a bit of a discussion about this, that, you know, we drive our design development out of council policy. Along the way, through engagement, councillors will have flags related to the direction or the scope of the work on the basis of the engagement that's happening. Nothing preventing a councillor from raising a concern that they'd like to have a broader discussion at the council table. But I would go back to, if there's a desire to pull a larger lever within a policy, that's much better for us than one-offs associated with particular projects. And again, that's not suggesting that we shouldn't have discussions about individual projects, but I think it creates clarity for us. And you know, if from a policy perspective we want to push a little further in this regard, whatever the choices are, it certainly helps us, because while there's one design underway that we're talking about, there's probably 10 others that are in the same boat. And so that larger policy clarity would be most beneficial for us.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the presentation. Been really informative. So just one quick one. Building Edmonton, it's fantastic. I mean, I'm always on there. But just looping back to that communications piece, do we know if other people are on there? Do we know if that is a tool that Edmontonians are actually looping into to get these types of updates? Because I know I've gotten several inquiries, and I direct people to Building Edmonton, and they're like, oh, I didn't even know this existed. So it sounds like there's several conversations around that communications piece. I don't know if you have a full answer for that now.
I don't have the specific stats, but we do monitor the activity that's on the site. And if you take out the folks in the department that go there on a regular basis, probably not used enough. And so that is a gap that we've identified, and one that we're continually trying to push out there. And we would absolutely appreciate the support from council to help with that, making sure that it's clear for residents that that's available to you, and feel free to go on there at any time. The project manager's name is on there. I'm not sure their phone number is on there, but their contact details are on there. So yeah, I think the more that you can help with getting that messaging out there, we would really appreciate it. But constant effort to try and get that out there.
Okay, thank you.
I think if I may just add something to that, if you don't mind, I think it takes quite an engaged citizen to go there, which is why we do construction kickoff and construction wrap-up and ongoing social media posts throughout the season with updates and information to try and augment that which you can go find out yourself as well.
Perfect, thank you. And then just one, I guess, larger question, and it's around the full life cycle cost analysis when projects are proposed. So obviously, we're talking capital projects, but there are longer-term maintenance operational costs that are associated with those projects. Does that ever actually come in front of us? And is that able to be factored into our decision-making?
It does. I think, and Ms. Padbury can certainly help with this. A few years ago, I shouldn't say a few years ago, but we'll just say a number of budget cycles ago, the degree of information related to the operating impacts of capital decisions wasn't clear. And so over the last few budget cycles, we've tried to make it clear that an investment of X in capital equals operating requirements of Y. As it relates specifically to the life cycle management, again, Ms. Ladisser's team, through the models, identify sort of the iterations of investment and what that means from a capital investment, and then the required operational and maintenance investment to ensure that you're maintaining your assets throughout the life cycle. And Pascal, I don't know if there's more you want to add.
Yeah, just to kind of inform that it's very much part of the decision-making as to when we renew an asset and how we do the renewal, and more with the energy transition strategy goals, looking at investment that support both our reduction in GHG and reduction in operating costs that could be linked to utility costs, for example. And that information, when it comes to adding infrastructure, is presented as part of the business case and the decision-making process of the informing council at both the project initiation and refined through at PDDM Checkpoint 3.
And I would just like to add a factor in those costs are the litigation that can be often associated with projects, and things are getting more litigious out there in this realm.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just, in regards to the legacy projects that you mentioned, do we still have some of those in play? You just seem to get better results using the PDDM model?
Yep. You will absolutely learn that acronym. It'll become second nature. We still have legacy projects, yes. But as I said in the presentation, 2020 was a really good transition year for us, in that 3/4 of the projects we were working on were PDDM projects, so we're getting there. Just the nature of the years of construction that happened, we're just not quite through them. I can say that every project that's initiated from a planning and design perspective, the development phase, does follow the PDDM process.
Okay, so those legacy ones are being transitioned as much as they can into the new model?
That's correct,
to provide
yes.
better results, hopefully?
And one of the things that may happen, the MSP program, which was a fast-paced, here's the money, get it done, will be a deviation from PDDM, just because of the timelines associated with the required delivery based on the grant that's being provided. Even then, we do our best to follow the process. We may just accelerate through some of the checkpoints.
Okay, that leads me to my next question about the MSP. You mentioned that it was to pave the annexed roads?
Industrial.
Okay.
We are getting to some of the rural roads, and your comment yesterday about I believe it was a Leduc County annexation and some of the maintenance. Certainly we can provide specific locations to you in terms of where we are paving some of those rural roads through that MSP program, but not all of them, unfortunately. But we did get, I believe, all of the industrial roads are paved, and I'll just give Craig the opportunity
That's correct. Yeah, all the gravel ones were paved, yes.
Okay. If I could get a listing of the other ones that are still
Absolutely.
outstanding, that'd
Yeah,
be great.
absolutely.
Thank you. And since I do have a couple minutes left, I'm just wondering, from a community league perspective, following playground builds, the same process is used for a playground build as it is for the LRT? And what feedback have you gotten from these smaller projects, people managing through it?
It is. I think one of the things we've been trying to get better at is we'd still like to follow the PDDM process for those community-built projects, but trying to improve on that, working with citizen services to help community navigate through it faster. And so our department, Citizen Services, are working hard to improve that community-led project, but essentially we would like it to follow the same process for the reasons of the results that we're talking about. We've had a few experiences on community projects that when scope, schedule, and budget aren't defined, we get into a tricky situation.
Yeah, I mean, the process is great, but I maybe being able to simplify it down, yeah, for those smaller ones.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. That's a lot of information and also high level outline and what IAI is doing. So I do want to give empathy and before my question to the IIS and for the public questions and challenge on our infrastructure services city provided. And then at DOOR we heard lots of public complaint, and by acknowledge the project management complex, how complex may public may not have that fully understand the complex and for project management. So I just want to emphasize that first. And also I want to appreciate the reflection for what's we heard at Dory from yesterday. Thank you very much for that. And so in terms of my questions, and by looking at the PDDM and then specifically for City Council, and we have two decision-making points. So the first one is confirmed infrastructure priorities. Would you mind to give us more information about how we prioritize our infrastructure projects for that process?
For sure, and
Yeah.
you will start to experience that process next year, and it came up with the first presentation that we had today around strategic planning. Administration will do our best to identify criteria to evaluate infrastructure priorities on the basis of city plan implementation.
Okay.
And so we would, identify the criteria, work through it, obviously confirm budget availability, needing to know how much money we do have. And then from there, we present sort of a 10-year outlook of what we would recommend as the infrastructure priorities, and that would be the first touch point with council around a discussion of the priorities. Once we get that feedback and build out some of the business cases more, we would then filter it down to a four-year capital budget recommendation to council with recommendations from administration on those priorities on the basis of criteria, council-approved policy, city plan, and other policies that support infrastructure development. Then through that process, there would be debate and discussion amongst council around the priorities. So that would be kind of that first point of confirming the infrastructure priorities.
During that process, is there any point and a specific point for the public engagement and for them to see and what's the city's infrastructure priorities?
So, and Ms. Padbury can help with this, but I believe we do have public engagement throughout capital budget development, starting at the 10-year outlook all the way to the 4-year capital budget. And Ms. Padbury mentioned today sort of that ability to ask questions during the 4-year budget that Mayor Sohi referred to. That would be another way to provide opportunities for engagement of public through councillor offices.
And specifically for the So specifically for the infrastructure priorities is part of that process.
That's correct.
Okay.
And Stacy, I don't know if,
Yeah, we haven't fully, we're developing the strategy around engagement on the next 4-year budget, but the intention is to have multiple different points of engagement so that we can capture all the required feedback. And of course, there'll still be the standard items like public hearing after the budgets are released that allow citizens and residents to come and make their views known.
Okay, thank you. So my next question, I think I have 30 seconds left. In terms of project management and for the city's infrastructure project, so we talked about on schedule, we talked about on budget. And is there any project and then due to the scope change and then that impact our project budgeting and schedule, and like what is the percentage of that? And because public voice is about due to scope change and we increase the budgeting and then we extend the project, the complete time. So is that percentage information is available as well?
I think we have to take that back because there are absolutely scope changes that do happen on the infrastructure projects. The degree of them we could probably provide, but we'd have to do some analysis to determine, do they impact the schedule and budget? What we have identified through this, it's not on the screen, but the PDDM process is that along this journey, we can engage with council at any of these checkpoints, that if there is a desired change in scope or there is a required change in scope that administration sees, we would have that conversation with council so that they're aware. And that's through the supplementary capital budget adjustments. And again, it's an engagement with council around a go, no go. If we run into a particular project and the scope change required, either from council or based on how the project is developing, is too significant from a risk perspective or a cost perspective or a schedule perspective from council's view, then we would talk about how do we transition or how do we pause or how do we defer or how do we even scale back in order to still advance the project, understanding that there would be outcome impacts. So I think on that scope change item, it's probably one we need to just confirm exactly what you'd like to see, and then we can figure out a way to provide the information.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang. Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. You're in the second round.
That's right.
I totally forgot about that. Okay, Councillor Wright, can you please take the chair?
I'll take the chair.
Thank you. So, couple of questions on the neighborhood renewal program. First of all, it was the best decision I think council made in 2008. I think it was 2008, 2009. And it's really paying the dividends now in the amount of work that is being done. I don't remember what is covered now because it's been a while, but when we go into a neighborhood, are the properties and public infrastructure adjacent to strip malls? Is that covered under the neighborhood renewal program?
Anything that's in road right-of-way is covered,
Yes.
but there are supplementary programs around storefront improvements that sometimes are combined, or not, I don't know if combined, but
Okay.
Go ahead, Craig.
So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we connected with our economy group, and we've combined to do some corner store work, they're called, where we'll do streetscape enhancements to try and work with business owners on the private side to get local businesses going, and it's been a fairly successful local program. So we'll look at timing of the neighborhood program, where we can optimize that work together. We do it enough in advance so we have time to work with those potential opportunities.
And is that also applicable for business districts like White Avenue, 107th Avenue? If you're in that neighborhood, would you go to the street front and repair that infrastructure?
that's where it gets into different levels. Like if it's arterial roads or that, we have other programs where we'll do similar things, but it's different scales of the projects. And then we have BIAs, which is another element where we do that type of work. So complementary, similar outcomes, but a little bit different programs, not all neighborhood programs.
But not part of the bigger platform,
Right.
Program. How about neighborhood amenities? Like if you're going into a neighborhood, it's a 60-year-old neighborhood, parks needs to be upgraded, a community league infrastructure or ice rink needs to be upgraded. That is not part of the neighborhood renewal program.
It's not, but what we try to do is coordinate the infrastructure improvements as part of one program. So within Mr. Wabaum's portfolio, it's the neighborhood renewal team, but within his branch, he also has the open space team. And so where we go in to do a neighborhood renewal and we see that there is an open space area that's in need of renewal or improvement, we can bundle those and complete them as one project. If there is city infrastructure, and I'm not sure Community League Hall if it is or it isn't, but if there's city infrastructure and the timing makes sense, and from an asset condition perspective, it's time for renewal, then we would bundle them as much as possible.
Okay. I would like to have a maybe side conversation to get a little bit more information. Like if we're going into a neighborhood, why would we not look at renewing the whole neighborhood and small infrastructure as well, whether it's part of expanding the scope of this program or some other way of doing it? Because we heard that from quite a few mature neighborhoods that if the streets are renewed, lights are renewed, alleys are renewed with the new program, but some of the community-based local infrastructure like rinks and playgrounds are still in a decayed state.
Yeah, for sure we can have that discussion. I think the beauty of Mr. Wabaum's branch is that the areas that would look at steward the design and construction of those amenities are within the same branch, and so
you're able to coordinate.
And we're continuing to improve that alignment and that integration and coordination. That's intentional with what we're trying to focus on.
Good. So what is the dedicated tax levy now for neighborhood renewal?
There isn't one. We reached the
No,
point.
we know that we finished it, but what is the total amount now? What is it, 10%?
So on average, we have $140 million per year that is dedicated to neighborhood renewal. However, council approved
the alley?
A tax levy for the alleys, and I think we're in sorry, Craig.
We're halfway through over 2 years of 4, so we have 2 more years. So 2022 and 23 will be growing the program with dedicated tax levy.
Good. Thank you. I'll move the second round.
Second.
Point of order. I think we still have a couple of speakers still in the first round. Councillor Jans and Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, I'll take the chair back then.
I return the chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. One thing off the top that might be a great learning is when I was at I keep throwing my colleagues are probably tired of hearing about it because I always say, when I was at the school board, but it was 11 years, so it's most of my life, more than half of it. When I was at the school board, we chartered a bus and we would go around to all of the sort of new school construction sites and actually have a physical site visit. And it is quite powerful being there, boots on the ground together and being able to look and ask and talk. And I'm not sure if that would be possible to take the new council out to some of these major projects, but I'll just leave that with you if we can coordinate it. I realize we're racing against winter, but that would, I think, be very helpful for some of us, especially when it's not in our ward and we're trying to get a sense of some of these projects, what they mean, the pressures on the area. I found that's really a powerful learning opportunity. I'm also interested, could we set up or maybe build into the project some sort of a standard post-mortem when a project is complete as council that we can sort of sit down and what did we learn? I mean, the Jasper Avenue example, it'd be great now to hear, like I hear your response about, well, pull the levers and give us better direction ahead of time. It'd be great to better understand that. So specifically, what do you mean, and what did we learn from this, and what are the experiences? And similarly, some of the other initiatives, it seems like we cut the ribbon, we celebrate, and then we move on to the next thing. But it'd be great if we could actually have some dedicated time as council to build that into the whole circle of life. Finally, I'm interested in particular in neighborhood renewal, and this might be we'll get back to you later, let's have a sidebar conversation about it, but the conversations about lights, or the nice lights or the standard lights, and whether or not at some point we just pool our collective purchasing power and just say nice lights for everybody. It's an extra $3 or $4 at scale, it doesn't matter. Similarly, if there's something I'm interested in building in as a standard, everybody gets this, like say dog parks. I believe all neighborhoods should have a dog park. All neighborhood renewal projects should have a dog park. What is the best way in the process to intervene and to help as council to sort of set our expectations?
So it's at the policy level again. If council, just using your example, wanted dog park, as every neighborhood renewal project, we would just need that direction, and we would bring back, here's the possibility of advancing that. So I think the more, because of the degree of projects that we're talking about, the more that we can work off a policy and understanding that it's not always perfect, the better it is, because where we have one project, we'll have 10 to 20 others that are in the same situation. So I think for me, that would be, for us, I think that would be the best way, is that at a policy level. And then that becomes the discussion amongst this group around what are the priorities related to particular function within infrastructure. Neighborhood renewal, does it include dog parks or not? Does it include amenity improvements in some of the smaller amenity improvements? So I think the more from a policy perspective that's clear for us, the better it is to implement holistically across the city.
Then I would maybe rhetorically ask the question to my colleagues. When I understand that, say, I believe we're in the consult engage phase right now with Pleasant View. I know in more Papasteo, but for others, there's others underway too. When would be a good time to have a conversation about neighborhood renewal policy, and what would that look like, and how should we do that as council?
That's a lot in that question. For the active project,
Might be too soon or too late.
If depending on where we're at in that phase, if I guess one way is if there isn't a dog park today, and through the engagement there's an identified need for a dog park, mechanism for a councillor is to identify that that's a priority. As part of budget discussions, bring it as a priority item, and through the debate that would happen at budget, you would see if that element could be added. I think the challenge is if the project's already en route, it becomes difficult because of the pace of the project. If you're talking policy, I think if we're looking at I won't say significant, but a change to the neighborhood renewal policy, we'd certainly want to know that prior to getting into our 4-year capital budget exercise.
I'm running out of time. I'll look to the mayor. Oh, I believe Mr. Corwell jumps in and gives him a minute.
Just wanted to just add quickly that I think based on that, the best time to have a policy discussions would be the winter of 2022, in anticipation for the more detailed budget discussions following that. So, January to March is best time to have those kind of policy discussions. And then just quickly, if council wants a tour of projects, we would love to take you out for a tour of projects for sure. Just let us know when and where, and we'll go.
We've all got our shots. Let's do it.
And I don't want to belabor it further, but I'll just quickly mention a real big focus for our neighborhood program is engagement with communities. We go in and ask them what's important to them, and we scope out not just the base renewal, but what amenities we can add. So we ask current communities, and we've got a very robust process to ask communities what is important to them. I just wanted to add that dimension as well.
Yeah. Difficult, though, sometimes getting full consensus in a community because we get a lot of differing opinions. So.
Yeah. Good. Thank you, Michael. And it may not be, I think it'll be good conversation to have in light of the commitment to 15-minute communities as well, right? So Now, I will move the second round.
Point of order.
There's more? I can see it. It's just all. There you go. Oh, yeah, there are two more. So, Councillor Rutherford, and then Councillor Prince-Bay before we go to the second round. Good. Okay.
So I'll just jump off that one comment, just because I wasn't going to bring this up, but I do think it's important to be more clear with neighborhood renewal about what's in scope and out of scope, because I do think the engagement sets people up for a lot of great ideas, and then those ideas are like, well, actually, that's not part of BGN. So that I've gotten that feedback. I've experienced that myself being in a neighborhood renewal, so I do want to provide that feedback. I wanted to say, like, first of all, kudos for the projects being, so many projects being on time and on budget, especially in the context of COVID-19. So I think that's when you look at it even within that context, it's even more significant. So I just want to say a major kudos for that.
Thank you. Credit to these folks.
Yeah, amazing that you were able to keep those things going in light of what we were dealing with. I have just a few quick questions. Is there any sort of pool of funding for smaller emergent infrastructure projects that occur, or do we have to set out, kind of all of our infrastructure projects, small or large, within that 4-year cycle?
Ms. Padbury can help with this. From a budgeting perspective, typically what we identify as on the basis of budget available going into a 4-year budget, a connection to every dollar of that budget. However, along the way, performance from an investment perspective do provide greater opportunities. I mentioned the MSP program. Grants come in based on different orders of government that do help. Each of our projects, when we're developing them, have contingencies, and the contingencies reflect the risks associated with the project. When they're done, there are funds that do get released to help. When there is a priority, an emergent priority, it becomes a decision that we would assess from an infrastructure perspective, but also from a budget perspective around, if we need to advance this, is there something that shouldn't go forward, and make decisions that way. But it changes quite a bit throughout the 4 years, but typically at the beginning of that 4-year cycle, the program is fully committed, understanding that some of these projects are still in design, and the outlay of capital to support the delivery could change based on how the design unfolds.
And just want to add, because Adam mentioned it quickly, but we're constantly scanning for federal and provincial programs so that we're at the front end. And we've talked already about we're looking at the federal program on parks, for example, and how we might be able to take advantage of that going forward. So.
Great. And then do large capital projects, sort of those city building ones, report on a regular schedule? I believe I remember Yellowhead, for example, reports every June, or it did. Am I misunderstanding that?
We do provide quarterly updates.
Okay, on all projects.
On all projects, but for some projects we've, and maybe Jason will speak to this one, on the Yellowhead, I believe we provide more frequent updates.
Yeah, on the transformational projects, so LRT, Yellowhead, and Blatchford, we do provide semi-regular updates that are more extensive than just the green, yellow, red updates to council.
Perfect, thank you. And then the last question I have is around, is the policy right now with your area to build to code, or do we have a policy that has standards above code for how we build?
Well, we actually have a few policies and different codes that we would use. So I think Pascal is probably the best to speak to this.
So a few examples on the building side, for example, we have the climate resilience policy, which every new building is built to net zero. That's our standard, and then there's more details in that policy. From a roads perspective, we have the complete streets, which is a standard where we base our design on our roads, and so different infrastructure type, different assets would have that type of standards that are either policies from council or have been extrapolated from that policy and then set the standards that we use. And generally, we go above and beyond code and standards based on policy directions. And sorry, the last one I would add is the access design guideline, which speaks to the accessibility policy as another example.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. I have a question. It's actually a ward-specific question and comment. It was about 8 years ago. The road 66th Street from 167 Avenue to Anthony Henday, it was torn up. There was work being done. And I thought, okay, this is great. Now they're going to widen it. And it was just replaced with the single one way each way, which one of the roadways going to the Anthony Henday, I would have thought that the rebuilding of the road would have just been widened at that point. Wouldn't that have been more cost effective to do that? I don't know if that would be a city council having to bring that policy forward, or if it would be something, you know, that both of us would be working on.
So I should say it's not only policy, and my earlier comment, and I forget where it was, but if there's specific items that council would like to bring forward, there are multiple opportunities to do that, like specific project. They can come up through the supplementary capital budget adjustment. You can ask for information. We would produce a report, and from there you could motion direction. Again, council would have to support it. So as much as we would appreciate policy, if there's specific projects, there's not a limitation on the ability to bring those forward. For 66th Street, and testing my memory a bit on this, my memory is that it was matching up with what was being built provincially at the interchange, and north tying into, sorry, I can't remember the road, but it's getting into the base. And so the decision was not to widen because the receiving infrastructure interchange wasn't widened to accommodate. So the thinking would be that it would be widened at the same time. We don't have jurisdiction over Anthony Henday Drive. There's always discussions that happen related to improvements in Anthony Henday Drive, and province regularly identifies that if there's an improvement needed based on city needs, that we would fund it. So then it becomes a available budget against other priorities. So it likely became a competing priority discussion related to, should it be 2 lanes or should it be 4 lanes? And I would also suspect, and we can certainly dig up the history for you on this, I would suspect that the volumes didn't warrant going to a 4-lane cross-section.
There has been significant development there, and because it was, you know, the Anthony Henday was just, you know, well, it was developed already, but at the time, it may not have. But again, I just thought that maybe we should have been a little bit more forward-thinking and saying it would be more cost-effective to widen it now, knowing that this area is developing and will have a lot more traffic.
Totally appreciate that, and from an infrastructure perspective, we love building infrastructure, so absolutely. However, there isn't an unlimited budget, and so then it comes down to the trade-offs associated with priority of that particular project against another project, and that's some of the choices that happen. To Councillor Jan's point around decisions that happen related to budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe, can you move the second round, please? Second round of questions.
Yes, I'll move the second round, please.
Second.
Second.
And Mr. Mayor, before we go on, do you mind if I take a quick few minutes? I'm not on the list, but if I went on the list, I'd be.
Oh, you have, yeah, I didn't see your name. Okay, before we. Yeah, we'll approve the second one, then you're the first one to go, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Please vote. What happened here?
just waiting for Councillor Wright's vote. I can see you're in the right place, though.
Affirmative.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Thank you. So Councillor Paquette, you're the first one.
Thank you. And I noticed we did vote for a decond round, but I'm assuming that's going to be fixed. Okay. So just to sum up a little bit of what I've heard so far, just for the benefit of new councillors. Am I correct in sort of interpreting all of this or boiling it down to the fact that we could literally do anything we want depending on the money? So if council wants to raise taxes, there's a lot more projects that can go underway. There is eventually sort of going to be sort of a barrier as far as getting the workforce available to do all projects and all wish lists. But really, it comes down to how frugal council wants to be with the budget. Is that correct?
Yes, every capital budget I've been involved with and program has been around choices and determining priorities, because there isn't a budget for everything, and it's also around timing. Does this need to be done now, or can this be done in 10, 20 years?
And if I could just add, Councillor, there's also another consideration, some of the uncertainties. Sorry, did I did want to point out, for example, that the team is watching very closely commodity pricing right now. And we've got both the financial team and the infrastructure team looking at this, because we are worried, given COVID and where we are and demand that is going to emerge, that commodity prices could change drastically, which then impacts what we can do with the amount of dollars we have. So I do want to point that out, because it's something we're watching. So far, it's not too bad, but we're watching it closely because we're hearing of that in other sectors.
Right, and that makes sense. And so really it comes down to how much money council wants to spend based on what council hopefully has heard from the public on what public wants to spend. So that's really the base, and then everything else, all our projects tend to be prioritized based on council's priorities as communicated to administration, correct?
That's correct. Excuse me. Starting with policy, city plan, getting it narrowed down to how we evaluate it from a criteria perspective, consideration of council's previous and hopefully continued investment in renewal and proportioning budget for that, and then determining priorities by administration presented to council, and then the discussion about relative priorities at council.
Yeah, and it's a conversation. So for example, say administration is noticing an uptick in maybe collisions in an area, they might go take a look and assess the area and be like, you know what, for some reason traffic patterns have changed here, and we recommend some infrastructure work goes in this area. So there is room for these conversations, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to make that clear, because for me, I like to refresh my memory on this, that there are physical limits to what we can do, but conceptually, the limit is budget. And so that's what it comes down to, and that's where the rubber literally hits the road, is what is our capacity? And, of course, there's grants and things like that that can sort of stretch that, but within reason, we can take on debt, we can do all sorts of different things, but budget is really the key. And our budget is determined by how much we want to spend, not we suddenly get a budget and then decide how we want to spend it. Yeah.
Yes, but I would flag that there may be projects that are identified in the city that may not, or proposed projects that may not be congruent with the outcomes that are identified by council from a city plan perspective. So, and not wanting to, start a discussion about road widening, but there are certain areas where road widening is incongruent with some of the objectives of city plan, but rather it's better mode choice or better opportunities for mode balance. So you know, if we had budget for everything, there may still be projects that folks would like to see that from an outcome perspective may not fit with council's policy.
Right. So, and that's the other limit, policy as well. And so I'm hoping that makes sense to everyone. If you want to change the policy, you can do that. But reminder that policies have been really hard fought with blood, sweat, and tears, and many years and many meetings. So that's sort of the lay of the land. And thank you for that, Adam.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few more questions. First, just wanted to get a sense, I think it was last year this time, we had our 2020 State of Infrastructure report. Do we have a 2021 State of Infrastructure report coming to a committee meeting?
The updated information about the state of infrastructure will be presented with the CIO, Capital Investment Outlook, which is likely early in 2022.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and so the reason I ask about that, and I guess probably should mention it for everyone else, is that that is our annual report that breaks down, quite frankly, just the grade of our infrastructure. And we go through and we measure the infrastructure of our sidewalks and our roads and our alleys, and every single piece has its own grade. So the reason I ask about that is that, and this came up a bit earlier, with one of the things I heard at the doors was a bit about construction fatigue. And so I think about particularly arterial roads. When we went back in late 2014 and more than doubled that arterial roadway reconstruction budget, we were at about 18% of our roads that were rated in DNF or poor condition. As of the last report in 2020, we were down to 11%, and I think our target's around 10%. So the question being, once you start getting to those magic numbers where that's sort of your main goal, does that allow us to be, I know the plan is always to be a bit more staggered and not trying to close down on multiple parallel roads, but I think we were playing a lot of catch-up based off the amount of money that we invested. So do we see that shifting over the next couple of years around making sure there are different ways for people to get around the city?
I think there's two layers to answer your question, Councillor. We will continue to always coordinate to ensure that we have that in mind as much as possible, to look at the geography and the networks, and the same way we do for our fire stations or arenas, making sure we don't close too many of them in the same geographical areas so that we continue to offer service to citizens. At this point in time, there are two things when it comes to our infrastructure that we need to consider. So there's the target, and so our modeling, which is underway but is showing some promise related to some of our infrastructure, like arterial roadways, for example, that we are reaching our goals and that we could consider slowing down or reallocating resources to other infrastructure that will need more investment. And so that's what we're running right now, and that will be looking to inform council. There are significant pockets of our facility infrastructure that were built in the same era that require significant investment. There are other types of infrastructure that haven't received or haven't been informed with the same level of information in the past, like our underground utilities in parks. And so all of this is what we're trying to present to council. And so yes, there'll be those opportunities, and we'll raise some scenarios where we might recommend investment in other types of infrastructure to compensate.
That's helpful. Last question just does relate to the communications side, and so mentioning, we want to share the Building Edmonton website, but how are we trying to get more of that information out? So, for example, I think we are engaging with groups like the Edmonton Construction Association already, but are we doing presentations? Are we trying to go to the Chamber of Commerce and say, hey, let us do one of the lunch sessions, let us go and present about what we've been doing? FCM and AUMA, are we thinking about connecting with those organizations so we can talk to other municipalities about how we've done this, and maybe like what would happen with neighborhood renewal, because I think Edmonton is very well known now for the neighborhood renewal program across not just this region, but really across the country. I'd like us to be known for that as well. And so have you thought about that? I'm going to look to you, and then also maybe Ms. Owen as well.
Yes, so certainly open for as much as is needed to support council and us in getting this message out. We certainly have strong relationships with the construction associations and the consulting associations. We maybe not programmed, but from an ad hoc perspective, reach out to some of the other associations downtown, business association, developers adjacent to projects. But I think we're open and up for doing more for sure, and maybe this is where Catherine would like to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. In addition to the project-specific communications that we do, that is quite extensive, I think you make an excellent point that further outreach on a broad basis to tell key sectors in Edmonton about how we are building Edmonton and how we are city builders together is really important. The city manager has made it his business to be very assertive in his outreach to communities and of various kinds, and our external relations group is actively supporting all DCMs to tell their story externally.
Great. Yeah, I just add that includes telling this story to the province as well, because of the funding streams that come through for a short period of time, MSI. And so just, indicating what's going on. And in fact, I'll be talking about this when I'm addressing my CAO colleagues at the AUMA convention coming up.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Thanks everyone. We're just so interested in infrastructure projects. I guess
so are we.
Good. I want to build on that communication piece. I guess one comment is, I think we have lots of these online websites that I think face similar fate that doesn't necessarily reach as wide. And so I feel like this issue of sharing that information isn't unique. And already I'm kind of thinking of different ways how I can support that war specifically. I'm kind of looking at the website and playing around. I think it's fantastic to show the status in terms of budget and schedule. I'm wondering, have you ever explored tools to even go more granular, whether through this particular mapping tool or even as a function on Google Map that shows a bit of a real-time status in terms of, I don't know, like, today is a no work day, and and then for the next 3 days, your water will be shut off, and you will see barriers, kind of like those kinds of status. And the reason why I raise this is you mentioned earlier that it's an inconvenience to residents in terms of getting to places. I think for me, a lot of the things I've seen on the campaign trail is actually residents not only not able to get anywhere, but more like they're just isolated and blockaded in. And on top of that, can a tool like that be shared with information that can be shared with, say, emergency services? That was a comment I also got feedback on. Not as prominent, as some of the other comments, but certainly something that made me kind of just perk up a bit in terms of, there's a lot of blockades of roads that when emergency service comes in, sometimes they are taking twice as long to get to wherever they need to go.
So great questions, and I'll start with the last one. I'll work backwards. In terms of emergency services, again, through working with Mr. Sebrick's department, the road authority, there's close connection through that mechanism in terms of their awareness of construction on roads and then informing emergency services related to those impacts. So there's an awareness. And in fact, recall discussions with previous fire chief, and they actually create information bulletins for their halls so that they're aware of the various construction activities along their different distribution routes. So I think that is something that's in place, but certainly an area that we can continue to improve on. In terms of the diving deeper on this, when we started this journey, it was Excel spreadsheets, and it has grown. So we're constantly looking at methods to improve this. I think the live information comes with a bit of a risk because there are changes that happen very quickly from a construction perspective that we'd hate to get into a position of it's there today, sorry, it's 2 weeks later. And I know there's been concerns related to that previously that, you know, if you're going to come in at this date, come in at this date versus sort of a varying schedule. We've heard that from public as well. But certainly something we can continue to look at as an opportunity. The other thing that we like to try to do is try to create a human connection for these infrastructure improvements. And so for sort of neighborhood impact, we actually have folks that provide bulletins, contact information for an individual with a number so that there's more of a human connection to concerns. There's this barricade here, why is it? They can pick up the phone and contact that person and get an understanding immediately. So it's trying to find the balance between all of those things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if I could just add, there's a wider body of work that we started in FCS where we want to eventually get to a state where you could get complete situational awareness about everything within, a 10-block radius of wherever you are based on phones and things. So you would, most people know when the garbage collection is coming, the waste collection is coming. People don't always know when the snow clearance is coming. We heard about that. So really to improve that situational awareness for everybody. The two challenges to that are we have to get through Enterprise Commons first, which will be go live next year at some point, just because we're at max capacity with IT project deliverables right now. But that is going to be there soon enough. The other challenge for us is how do we ensure that information gets to people that don't have internet, that don't have computers or cell phones or smartphones, and the vulnerable population. How do we get that same comprehensive situational awareness to people that don't have those kind of tools available to them in an easy way? So that's the other challenge.
Yeah, and I think that's where the ward office perhaps can help with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Certainly a lot of interest in your area of work. I was really pleased to hear about the policy requiring all new facilities to be net zero. I was just wondering what the approach is for retrofitting some of our existing buildings and how that's being built into capital upgrades.
So one correction, emissions neutral is actually the standard, so I will correct that, which is our equivalent of net zero. And so the policy also includes a strategy related to our existing infrastructure. And in that case, it is more of a evaluation of the current state of that infrastructure and then evaluation of the opportunities that are available. We tend to do that during our renewal projects, and so we'll evaluate at that point, what are those opportunities and are they cost effective, what kind of investment would be required, and to meet the targets that we've set forth in the policy itself. And then we are also looking at other types of actions related to the energy transition strategy, which will allow us to do investments outside of the renewal that are more targeted to what we think about as like horizontal programs. So let's go change the lighting in multiple locations, tackle energy fuel switching, for example, things like that we're also looking to action as part of the energy transition and the renewal of the programs.
Great. I think when we're looking at a capital budget, it's always very exciting to look at the new things that we can build. And one of the other pieces is just breaking down the silo of that budget too, I think, in terms of we're having to decide between building something new and retrofitting something old. Just wondering if there's information provided around operational dollar spending, just sort of what that relationship is between the capital budget and our operational budget, as well as our overall carbon budget as well.
Yeah, and this is something from the operational, I said impact, but operational awareness is probably better, but over the last few budget cycles, we've gotten better at capital investment. This is the operating impact associated with that investment, and that could be plus or minus. So to your point, investment in this renewal has a potential to create an opportunity of savings because the building is performing better. And then that gets into the carbon accounting, which is something that previous council motioned us to look at, and I wonder if Ms. Padbury would be able to speak to that.
So as part of the fall supplementary budget adjustment, we'll be bringing back some information on carbon budgeting, including some discussion around what the targets should be for the community versus the corporation, and that will ultimately guide how you establish the capital budget for things like our already existing infrastructure.
Great, thank you. Really looking forward to that conversation. I was wondering if you could also speak to, you know, with all due affection, I think there is a reputation that IIS is a lot of engineers, but I know that there are other professions that you're bringing in. Maybe if you could speak to, you know, how you're bringing in, maybe working with the city architect and just working on having that design excellence within the department.
Yeah, there's 6 engineers up here, so we actually do have a pretty diverse department, leadership team aside, from an engineering perspective. So we do have a city architect, we have landscape architects, our project managers are not, like, they're a mix of technical staff, engineers. We actually have a gentleman that his degree is in political science, I believe, but he converted to project management and went through training. So we actually have quite a diverse cross-section of expertise associated with all facets of infrastructure delivery. No question, we still have a lot of engineers, but we are recognizing the importance of those different perspectives in informing infrastructure outputs. And a great example is our city architect that a few councils ago we were challenged around the architecture in the city of Edmonton, and through his work and the work of our staff, we've really moved the needle in that regard around architecture at the city of Edmonton, and it's been a really great journey for us, and seeing it transform from the traditional box to some of these creative designs that are coming forward.
Yeah, I would concur, and it's wonderful to see that us moving in that direction and continuing to push in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So just 3 questions, and it's kind of answered just by the previous one here with Councillor Stevenson. But just to be really clear, building off my first question around sort of the maintenance and operational costs being presented alongside those capital projects, I guess potential savings will also be included, correct? And I'm specifically thinking energy transition, for example, where some of those larger infrastructure investments have a pretty significant ROI for us.
They will, or they may be. I qualify, we've got 900 facilities of ages that are at a point in time where they're not performing well from a energy perspective. So while there might be savings, there may be pressures in other areas just because of the age and the amount of facilities that we have.
Okay, and just another question around energy transition in particular. So how does the PDDM dovetail with the implementation gates for energy transition? And if that's too detailed, just let me know and I can follow up.
No, it's actually, it would be the process that would be followed. So working with folks in Ms. McCabe's department, identifying and confirming the strategies related to energy transition in terms of the specific activities that move the needle most, helping develop the business case, and then through the concept planning, design, and build, implementing those improvements. And some of that's already started. Recent project was at I always call it the Shaw, but the Convention Center, where we put in solar, sorry, maybe someone else can help me with this, but we put in technology to help in that regard.
It's solar integrated glazing. And so, yeah, so that's an example of where we were able to articulate the strategy. I think the main piece is that the energy transition, it's a strategy, and so it's really at that initial determination of what the priorities are, what the projects will be advanced, and then it informs some of our policies, like the climate resilience policy, which then dictates how we do our facility projects to ensure that we always meet the intentions of the strategy. And so it is very much aligned with the PDDM and serves the purpose of both identifying our where we make investments and then how those investments will be progressed through the planning, design, and construction.
It also ties to our operations as well. So we look at it from a fleet vehicle perspective. And while you've seen, we've definitely gone to electric buses in transit, we also are anticipating using hydrogen for fleet vehicles and transit as well as part of that transition.
And Councillor Salvador, Ms. McCabe up here. I think this is an area where we have lots of policy direction, and really this comes down to administration bringing council information to help inform your decision-making through the budget process, which we are intending to do through the carbon accounting and budgeting work that we're doing, through the prioritization work that we're doing through PBB and putting that climate lens on the projects. And then really it's a decision of council of how much money do you want to spend in this space in terms of retrofitting existing buildings, providing grants to business community and Edmontonians for them to be able to retrofit their own buildings, as well as when we build new buildings, what's the cost associated with building those new buildings?
Great, thank you. And then just one last question. So I'm curious how the work that's going to be done through growth management framework is going to inform the work that you're doing as well. And I know we're in fairly early stages of that, but any thought been given there?
Well, similar process.
Yeah.
Strategy defined
Okay.
by our partners in UPE, and then from there, implementation identified related to infrastructure improvements to support that.
That's absolutely the intent. The growth management framework should inform our budget process where we need to invest as a city in order to direct growth. Or perhaps what are some of the other tools that council might want to explore through the growth management framework to incent growth in certain areas such as tax incentive programs and or building infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first question is about the process efficiency. In terms of how we could more efficiently respond to the individual inquiries, specifically on community maintenance and renewal and issues. And specifically, yesterday we shared lots of like urgent and needed infrastructure improvement issues, specifically in the community. So is there any like proper process and we can increase that process efficiency and not waiting, not need our citizens waiting for like 5 years, 3 years and to just fix and one problem and in front of their house?
So I think there's a couple pieces to that. Certainly if there's an immediate infrastructure need, that's working through our city operations department related to specific infrastructure needs that are immediate. So potholes, sidewalks that need improvement or adjustment. So that would be through, and maybe Mr. Sebrick wants to weigh in on this, but I think it would be through a 311 process, and then it would be identified that way. As it relates to programmed capital improvement, that would be on us to share with you what the current program plans are from a renewal need perspective, like from what Ms. Ladouceur identified related to condition assessment and timing of investment. And we can do that over the next series of months here so that we can share with you, especially in your specific ward areas, some of the timing. As it relates to inquiries and questions about timing and when, I think that's where we need to work closely with your offices to help with that information, so that we have it for you, that when the inquiries do come in, you're able to provide responses.
Okay, so I looking forward for that opportunity and specific to follow up some specific issues or right over 5 years and 3.5 years and from individual citizens.
Sure,
Okay,
absolutely.
so thank you. Second question is about our reporting platform. I did take a look at our reporting platform, and it looks very informative, and then list all the project on each ward and also citywide. And from public perspective, so to increase our public awareness, and then for the information transparency, and also to reduce the improper public perception and for our capital spending and for our schedule delay and this type of things. I have something I would like to ask about from reporting elements perspective. And is there any possibility to add, like for example, the project completion percentage? And then I noticed we listed approved schedule, we listed forecasted schedule, but we don't have actually schedule what happening. And also we do not have the actual budgeting and actual spending. And from that perspective, and then I just want this idea out to see if there any possibility and to add that completion percentage for the schedule and budget. And then, for example, we could have just one column, it's called actual schedule or actual spending for that. And by this way, we could reduce the public perception and for some misunderstanding for our capital project spending and also schedule delay.
So happy to chat more with you about the specifics. The intention with the information is intended to be info sort of graphic, so
yeah.
The green, yellow, and red are intended to be the performance. I think adding, if the comment is, can we add something related to the percentage of projects that have been completed over a time frame? Yeah, that's another opportunity to provide that information. And if there's sort of how far along are we on the schedule in the budget, like the actual performance? You're just at a little spot here. We actually do provide that quarterly through our quarterly financial updates related to performance of the projects. But we can look at a way to see if there's something to incorporate in here. The one thing we don't want to do is catch councillors off guard with information, which is typically we update this following the public update that we provide quarterly to council. But I can chat with you offline
yes,
around some of those other activities.
I'm willing and open to discuss for that from like public eyes and how we improve this reporting elements and to reduce that misunderstanding and to increase information transparency.
Perfect. Happy
Okay,
to.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We are at a break time, but we have one more person. Why don't we give Councillor Jens the time to ask questions before we break, then we go into private after that?
I'll actually withdraw my round. I think we should go into private. I'm mindful of the time. I'm worried we won't get through this today.
Okay, can you move then we go into private when we come
So
back
moved.
after? Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
Point of order.
Sorry,
Sorry.
Ann. Sorry, Ann.
Really,
Go ahead.
that was really awkward. So before the discussion begins, so I just need to say that I have a pecuniary
Pecuniary interest?
interest with respect to this matter, as my husband works for the City of Edmonton and is a member of CSU 52. Therefore, in accordance with sections S169-170 of the MGA and following the advice of the ethics advisor, I will be abstaining from the discussion and any possible vote on this matter and will now leave the chambers.
In the private. Thank you. Thank you for flagging that. Take your time. Okay, so motion has been moved to go into private and seconded. Can we please vote?
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried, so we'll be back in